Operation GCD with an Appalachian grin. Adventures and shenanigans, we're diving right in.
Howdy, folks. Your host, Double J, back here coming at you live from my studio / Grand Canyon or Airbnb situations. Stay dangerous, America. Welcome back here, folks, to the interwebs. Your host of Operation GCD, JJ Vance here. Not the vice president, part-time vampire hunter. Kind of hard to explain. Anyhow, folks, in the interwebs, welcome back here. We'll be your pilot and navigator for tonight's shenanigan-infused journey into the mind of this here particular garbage can dude. And not going to lie to you there, folks, in the interwebs, got a real barn burner inbound here tonight. Well, nothing says Operation GCD Fridaze like a little introduction from my old wannabe PR rep turned multi-state transpocalypse assassin stabbing spree Muppet, Buffalo Jared Revisa. Hopefully he's still in prison. Hard to tell, but we have another wild man who's not quite a multi-state assassin, transpocalypse style, but a man of the wild indeed. Other JJ, welcome back to Operation GCD, sir, for your very first time.
Yeah, thank you for having me here for my very first time. Glad to be back and to be your co-pilot for my very first time. Very glad to be back for my very first time, and glad to be your co-pilot on this hell of a barn burner we got.
Yes, sir. I appreciate it. You'll be doing my new co-pilot here and co-host on our new Fridaze discussion. Same discussion, yes, new co-host.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So this is going to be a regular thing that everyone's going to see on Fridays. So get used to it.
Dueling JJs, I like to call it. Dueling JJs. It's like dueling banjos, you know?
Right.
So it's a melodic tune, if you will. Not necessarily a duel, but it's more of a melodic tune. Yeah, for sure. And on doing so, also, we have a new interactive way if folks want to participate in the show and tip your hosts here if you feel like you've been educated and or entertained. That's what I aim to do here at Operation GCD. We have a new super chat, super tip thing here where you can do an AI voice generated chat, and we'll pop it up on the screen, and it is read in an AI voice here. I got a couple voices lined up already. Alex Hicks from InfoHorse, Laser Tag Ted Gunderson, Not Dead Jeff Epstein, and then, of course, something called the Grand Miftu, which was a default, which I thought was hilarious. So I had to include that one.
Hell yeah. Yeah. So, I mean, if you want your super chat read by any of those wonderful voices, please feel free to drop it in the super chat, I guess.
Yeah. And I put a link in the show notes there is the thing on the screen is toggling around there.
We should, if you want to send it over, we can drop it over in the comments as well.
Oh, yeah, that's a good point. I like your style, sir. I didn't even think of that one. And another man style I like, Todd the Wizard. Welcome back to Operation GCD, sir, for your very first time.
It's fantastic to be here very first time again. And so glad to see JJ. What's happening, JJ? It's so good to see you, sir.
Double JJs.
Double JJ, the other JJ.
Yes,
I love that. I love that new tip thing. Please, if you ever had a good time listening to JJ's show, felt like you got educated, entertained, laughed your ass off at points, give the man a tip. Tip him. Subscribe.
Thank you, sir.
If you want to follow his Satanic Panic series, which educates you on the whole Satanic Panic mess. Crack that can of worms open. There's no better guy.
I'm feeling a bit panicked right now. So.
I'm telling you. But that stuff's fantastic.
I like unpacking that. It's been an eye-opening experience for me. I appreciate the kind words there, Todd. But yeah, it's
thank you for the invite. And then it's like a blast from the past because I'm looking back at that period, that Satanic Panic period. Right. I was there. I was living it. They were playing the records backwards and shit in the churches and making recordings.
I was going to say, dude, you were at a unique perspective, right? You were already in conspiracy culture, steeped in it, with a radio
heavy
show,
metal music,
and into heavy metal music. You got a front row seat a lot of that, right?
I certainly did. Satanic Panic thing. Wow. And now you look back and you wonder how much of it was real, you know, what was real here and what was staged. And the more you look at these things, how much is staged? What's you know, the staging thing is just unreal.
I agree, dude. I agree.
But glad to be back. I appreciate the invite.
Yes, sir. I think Clint, your partner in crime, Clint Eastwood, the man with no name, will also be joining us here shortly.
Cool. He'll be wearing that poncho thing and the hat, smoking a cigar. Except it'll be a marijuana cigar. Yeah.
Nice.
Can't wait to see him. Yeah. But cool.
Well, speaking of this topic, I mean, other JJ and I both are steeped in our studies of the Satanic Panic. He's you do a regular show over there, and you have regular blogs on the topic. Is that right, sir?
Yes, sir. Yeah. It kind of seems important to me to re-examine a lot of this. Not only do I believe that, you know, there actually was a reason to panic, but I do believe that we are on the verge or possibly already in a satanic, you know, 3.0. I think 2.0 was kind of like the Pizzagate stuff and all of that stuff.
I would agree.
But,
yeah.
So I think that was 2.0. We're kind of like on the verge, or like I said, already in the 3.0. And so, you know, we're kind of trying to learn how to navigate what's going on right now by, you know, looking back through the past to see what went wrong, you know, the propaganda used. That way we can turn around and apply that to now. So hopefully, you know, these psychopaths cannot, you know, pull the wool over everyone's eyes again. Yeah.
We don't get fooled again.
Yeah.
I would like to think that would happen, right? I'd like to remain positive in that respect.
Right.
I question it. I question it only because like the COVID cough season of 2020 happened 100 years prior in the epidemic of 1918.
Right.
Masks and all, you know what I mean? Distancing and all.
Sounds identical.
Right.
It really does.
There wasn't a lot of people, you know, that went through both events. I mean, just like Todd was saying, I mean, he lived through panic, the original panic. So, you know, hopefully this time, and I'm not saying I don't think like there's going to be a mass awakening, but I'm sure going to be doing my bit to be pushing the truth out there. So
that's
yeah,
a relevant point.
No, I love that. I love that.
I think the fact that we learn a lot living through these different evolutions of the panic. But you're right, the 1918 folks weren't around in 2020 where they to have learned that lesson. You know, they were already gone by then. So
Troublemaker Jonah. Damien Eccles is innocent.
He's not named Troublemaker Jonah for nothing, sir.
Yeah, where is that Troublemaker?
So, it's funny though, like there's like, you know, we did actually, speaking of Troublemaker Jonah, he brought this to my attention. We did an occult and esoteric review on this and Smells Like Laurel Canyon series on Operation GCD, but this is a fairly big budget film that was produced in Hollywood. You know, big budget as in not necessarily they don't really tell you how much they spent on it, but they only made $3 million in the box office. So I don't think it was north of $100 million, but it was still, you know, they got Whitney Cummings, Will Forte, right? They got
right
what would be considered A-list or comedian types, right? On comedic actors.
Sure.
What movie is it?
Studio 666. It's Foo Fighters. And Dave Grohl basically murks his entire family, and then his drummer dies shortly thereafter. That I believe is how it goes.
Yeah, well, they're writing an album in the Houdini Mansion in Laurel Canyon,
right?
And then like there's, I think they eat something wrong, and then like something like infects them, like it's like a possession movie basically. It's actually really good.
And then they have a Necronomicon or something in there too, or
I think so. I don't know.
I know.
It's been a minute since I've watched it.
I know David Grohl has the universal hexagram tattoo on him.
Right.
The famous Aleister Crowley OTO thing. Yeah, I think I watched. We turned it on with my wife, and we only got maybe halfway through, where we're like, well, I can't finish it. Can't finish it. I just couldn't do it. Couldn't do it.
I won't do it. Wouldn't be prudent, sir.
Sometimes, yeah, there you go. Sometimes I just can't finish it. Yeah, no. But I heard all about that strange movie, and the weird thing was the Foo Fighters had
it was a strange film, dude. It really was. It was not a great film. I would call it a shit show.
But the film's kind of like a human sacrifice movie, and I don't discount. I love good human sacrifice movie. The Ninth Gate,
like a good human sacrifice film. Okay.
Yeah.
Wicker Man. Get him in there. More bees.
Hollywood must think folks want bees, right? Now that I think about it, this was a very disjointed plot line too, right? This was a very disjointed plot line.
A little bit.
Taylor Hawkins died shortly thereafter.
Yeah. He's a victim of the coof shot for sure. Because Dave Grohl forced everybody in the band to get the coof shot. Taylor Hawkins definitely passed away of some heart issues, which that's super indicative of the coof shot. So but I find it kind of interesting.
He had a side project called the Birds of Satan. I didn't know that.
He did. Who
did? Who had the side
Taylor
project?
Hawkins.
Yeah.
Oh, just a little side project. Birds of Satan. Is that what it is?
Yeah, just on the side, dude. He's just doing a little Satan stuff on the side. No big deal.
Right.
Right on.
Well, I mean, technically, Foo Fighters is a side project. So.
Oh yeah.
It started that way, right? Yeah.
Foo Fighters ended up being bigger than Nirvana.
Yeah, they pushed that thing.
Crazy.
They pushed him to the top. Blessed by Kurt Cobain's death, to rise to glory.
Right.
Yeah, I think it's because he
kept in my opinion, crappy songs. If you want, it's crap. It's like studio crap.
I was a big fan of their early stuff. I can't.
And I don't say
2012 when that album. I can't remember the name of it. The 2012 album, when that one came out, wasn't a big fan. But I mean, like their early stuff with like Everlong, some really good solid stuff. I mean, Dave Grohl is a hell of a songwriter. He did a side project. He didn't make a lot of like money off of it. It was literally just something he wanted to do for the love of the music, and it was called Probot. And it is a great heavy metal album. Is great. In fact, one of the songs
called Probot.
Yeah, Probot. One of the songs he did. Yeah, he did. He wrote with Lemmy Kilmister of Motorhead, and it's a great album. But I mean, there was like zero commercial success. Yep, that's the one.
Yeah, I never heard of it. Anything related to Foo Fighters, I'm hypercritical of some bands, and then love other ones. Probably people don't like. I'm famous, JJ, for calling out everybody's, not liking everybody's favorite band, Steely Dan.
Fucking Steely Dan, dude. The chat all riled up again, dude.
Made a bunch of enemies.
Yeah, not
that guy.
Steely Dan.
What's wrong with that guy? He don't love Steely Dan.
You can play just about any song and convince me it was Steely Dan, because that's how many Steely Dan songs I know.
Ricky, don't lose that number. It's the only one you know.
That sounds like Hall & Oates to me, but if you say it's Steely Dan, I believe you.
Pretty much how they sound on that. Pretty much how it sounds. Ricky, don't lose my number.
Did you all see this weird film that came out back in 2019, dude?
Yes,
Satanic
sir.
Panic, the film.
Yeah, it's actually a pretty good movie, actually. Like,
it's weird though, dude.
Well,
in the film, a virgin girl working for a pizza delivery service is captured by a cult. They want to use her womb to summon Baphomet. I mean, it's essentially Rosemary's Baby in a modern day approach.
Kind of.
With a much smaller budget, yeah. And Anton LaVey wasn't at this one. But
Rebecca Romaine and her husband Jerry O'Connell are in it. It's weird, dude.
Probably blessed by Satanists. No, it's like a cartoonish satanic thing, making fun of it.
Kind of. There was another one.
It's like a funhouse reflection of them or something.
Kind of.
Yeah, they do. It is kind of campy. I just think it's weird. I mean, if you want to say someone's keeping their youth, look at this couple, Rebecca Romaine. I can't even say that. And Jerry O'Connell. I mean, they both, someone's drinking some kid blood and staying young, dude. I mean, I'm just saying, Neither one of these two seem to age very much.
74. Yeah, he does not look his age.
No.
There's a few of those people.
Yeah, have you seen pictures of Ellen lately?
Yeah, that's terrifying.
She looks rough, dude. Rough.
Oh man, please get some sleep. Take a shower. Gosh, anything. I don't know what's going on. She needs some anti-anxiety pills.
What was the movie you were saying there before? OJJ?
So there was another movie. I was trying to look it up. It was along the same lines of that Satanic Panic movie, but it was about a metal band that gets a chance, or they like move to LA. They get a chance to like break through and record a record. They get a record contract and everything, and then like the whole thing ends with the singer killing somebody. And then because of that, there's like all of this like press around him. He's like the new bad boy, and they like explode. So it's basically like I love that. I love that movie. Sell your soul movie. I can't remember the name of
Chaos.
It's called American Satan.
Yes,
it's called
American Satan. No, that was my next guess. I googled your description, and those were the first two that came up.
Yeah, I thought that was so well done and
very well done.
By, had Kerrang! Magazine. We should do the movie review of that because you'd like that one. Yeah, Kerrang! Magazine, which was a famous heavy metal band back in the 80s.
His name is Faust. He made a Faustian bargain, huh?
Yep, Johnny Faust.
But boy, that movie's polished. It's got Malcolm McDowell in it. They had a polished soundtrack. The kid sells his soul to the devil. It's fantastic. She sold
herself to the devil named Charlie Sheen, right?
It's kind of like a like a version of the Robert Johnson story, but more modern, more heavy metal centric. So
and just in your face,
right. It was very, very graphic, which I'm not a prude when it comes to movies like that, but
it's very graphic. Yeah, put the kids to bed.
Yeah, I've never heard of it. Thank you all.
Please, no children.
Yeah,
Rebecca
no
looks
kidding.
her age. Yeah, maybe. I think she still looks pretty young. It's hard to tell though because you got so much makeup and lights on those people, dude. You see them in real life, and anyone you see on camera like that in the films and whatnot, you see them in real life, you're like, well, they look kind of weird.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
I remember seeing Bill O'Reilly, dude, for the first time in person at Fox News years ago. And this is like 20 years ago. He looks like kind of skeletorish now, but he kind of looked that way back then without all the makeup and the lights.
Well, and there, makeup and live video editing and stuff, live touch up on camera and so it does a lot.
Sure, dude.
It does a lot. Not to mention, I mean, the way that they run television, like if you've ever been in like a production suite, the way that they run television, everything's on a delay, so they can actually run the video feed through kind of like a video editor to be able to touch up the appearance of everybody before it hits the airways.
Right.
So
they're doing that on the Google right now.
Right.
They're doing that to every single thing that's submitted.
Right.
People are starting to notice they submit their own home video and it's been touched up by the computer. It looks even better. It's signing it up for you.
Yeah, fuck that. It does not look better. It does not look better.
Or they're making it worse.
Right.
This is the kind of control these people will have eventually over any production. This is what the whole thing is, with the internet creators. They'll eventually have you won't be able to tell that you won't be able to put out anything they won't approve of. And if you do put something out, they can mess it up on purpose.
At least on the front web. So
this is tools that these guys have been working on, the CIA and these intelligence agencies, a long time in secret, that they're going to come out and use these things. They already are to use, do their covert psychological programming. When they want to move us a certain direction, they're going to use these tools to anybody. Certain voices will be put above others, and other voices will be stomped out or not heard at all.
They already do that with everything being linked in with a streaming service. I mean, there's a so I'm not sure if you guys have ever watched Roseanne, the old TV.
My wife loved that. Yeah, she watched the new ones. Yeah,
absolutely love it. I refuse to watch The Connors because they fucked Roseanne.
It looks real stupid to me. Yeah.
It was terrible. I watched the first
her singing
episode.
The national anthem was when she sang the national anthem, I'm like, oh God, this disgusting woman.
Yeah, it's awful.
Yeah,
back in the 90s,
and but nonetheless,
that doesn't mean I hated her. I'm just going, oh God, I can't believe anyone wants to look at this woman.
I mean, I don't know what people I don't know what people were expecting. She's not a singer, but the point is the Roseanne show she was Mormon. She's Jewish.
Was Mormon. She grew up.
She went from the frying pan into the fire.
Yeah. She went from neo Judaism to old school Judaism.
Yeah, American Zionism to old school Zionism.
Yeah, but Roseanne is on the Peacock streaming service. But I also have the DVD copy. Now, if you watch them side by side, Peacock has cut out tons of scenes and they've reformatted it to make it fit modern TVs and stuff.
Right.
And so there's like a whole chunk of the scene that they've cut out, and there's all kinds of sensitive topics now that they've cut out of the replaying. And this is just an example, right? But they do this with all movies. Like I remember them talking about cutting Donald Trump out of Home Alone 2.
Right.
Because he was Trump,
for sure.
And it's like, how many things are being cut out that people don't even remember?
I'm telling you.
Like they're shaping culture just because everyone was like, let's go digital and let's never own anything. No. Hard copies of things is the way to go.
Well, you guys
how
are
dare
familiar.
They cut Caddyshack, dude? How dare they?
You guys are familiar with the 1984 book everybody bought on Kindle, and all of a sudden that was being edited in live time. Anybody's digital copy was the words are being changed.
I remember thinking 100%. That was preposterous, sir. I read that book circa 1994, I think, or whatever, maybe freshman, sophomore, high school.
Yeah.
And I was like, this is nuts, dude. They're not going to do this.
I read that in 1984.
I read that in 1984.
Yeah, I actually own 3 different copies of it at 3 different printing points throughout history. And the oldest one that I have is like the most uncensored version of it. And the newest one I bought, oddly enough, after going through TSA at the old Salt Lake International Airport. There was a bookstore just barely past the TSA. And I bought 2 books, 1984 and Go the Fuck to Sleep, which is like a joke children's book. But the copy in the adult section. Yeah, right. So
my Playboy.
The copy of 1984 that I bought is like way censored. And it's like almost a different book.
The one from the airport was censored?
Mm-hmm. Well, it was a brand new printing. It was printed in like 2018, I think.
Yeah.
And so like it's still the story, but there's still chunks of the book missing.
Wow.
For sure, dude. Well, that happened with the Ultimate Evil there, with Maury Terry's Ultimate Evil. The fellow that made that real dookie Netflix shows, Josh Zeman's on it. Right. He got the rights to make the book. He got the book rights too for republishing it.
Same with Ed Sanders, The Family.
Well, for sure, but there was no lawsuit involved in this one. Zemas just got it, dude, and he took out the death mask chapter, which
and he has a different opinion on how it.
Smiley face killing
But
situation.
I mean, even with the lawsuit, I mean that they only won in the United States. They didn't win in the UK. So
right, yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Is at least there was an impetus. There was an impetus, at least, for trying to censor that, right? This time, the guy who got the copyright said, "I'm going to remove this chapter," which I find to be
I don't think
to
even with the impetus. I mean, that's just a legal way to do the exact same thing.
Right. But this time, the guy who owns the copyright is obviously open to censorship.
He left it out because he has the ability to do so. He has no legal obligation to keep anything in. I mean,
that's what I'm saying. That's what I find weird. Is like, why would you do that? It seems to be a telling aspect.
I think it's all weird. I think it's all weird. All censorship is weird. Like,
for sure.
In fact, I think the court version is way more egregious, only because, like, you're literally using the power of the state to come in and censor somebody. Like, that's hardcore, man. That is hardcore.
That's an accepted practice today here in America, is redacting everything and sealing shit.
Oh yeah,
in the courts.
Yeah,
it's insane. It's insane that they've gone completely opposite of what the purpose they're telling of their sworn purpose.
Dude, people hate the First Amendment. They really do. You know, like your average modern American person hates the First Amendment.
Yeah, they don't want to.
We've been brainwashed. Period.
For sure.
They don't want to argue. They don't want to argue positions. They want to enforce their positions. They just want to enforce their position. They don't want to defend it.
They want to force the jackboot on the throat of any real American. You know.
And it doesn't matter. It's both sides politically love censorship these days.
Oh yeah,
different types of censorship, but both political sides, left to right.
I mean,
the Republicans and the Democrats, that is, the big D's and the big R's.
I will say though, the Republicans kind of have a point when it comes to those books like This Book Is Gay. Did you ever see any of those?
The library book, or the libraries and schools being flooded with
well, I'm not
LGBTQ.
They kind of have a point.
But we already have obscenity laws. Just like what Todd was saying back on the newsstands, you'd see a Playboy there on the newsstands or something like that. They don't see that anymore because many folks have restricted further those obscenity laws that already exist.
And also
they just don't follow the obscenity laws when it comes to this other nonsense, right? It's the picking and choosing of the laws is the way I look at it.
Yeah, sure. I mean, I still don't want any party trying to teach children, sex acts through a graphic novel. That's fucking weird.
The gay people I know and love, they wouldn't be for that either.
Is there like a national tour of like training these drag queen individuals to dance? They all dance the same.
I have no idea about that.
I think it's like an instructional course they're all taking. It seems very organized. They all have the same dances.
Jonah might know. Wish Jonah is on here. He could probably tell us something about that.
Spell? They're all under hypnosis, some sort of hypnotic spell.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think they're under. I think they're trying to hypnotize people. There's a reason why people will freak the fuck out if you have any sort of pushback against this. It's like, don't bring kids to a drag performance, and they're like, oh my God, you bigot. It's like. There's a reason why people freak out about that.
Totally.
At one point in time, dude, drag.
Well, and holding them in public libraries and churches, like you're asking, you're like, I feel like that's schools. Habitual line stepping.
Yeah, there's giant pride parades with naked men on floats doing S&M acts, going down.
That shit was going on in DC, dude, 15 years ago.
And kids going, yay! What's it? You see that, Jimmy? Yep, I see that, Mom. Oh God.
I mean, I was just I was just looking at the Stonewall Uprising, an event that basically launched Pride, right? And the whole event is centered around child prostitution, because, like it or not, pedophilia is a major aspect to the pride community. Imagine that. Like, it's crazy. This is why normal gay people have an issue with the pride community.
Oh, you ain't kidding, sir. One of my issues is the obvious organized efforts behind a lot of these things. When they're all dancing like Will Ferrell from Elf.
Yeah, I completely disagree.
When they all look like divine.
When they got all the dance moves out there.
No. I was to troublemaker Joda. Let the kids go.
I thought you were saying that Will Ferrell was not as good of a dancer as the drag queens. It's this move right here. I always see that move going off. I'm like, what is it? Will Ferrell teach these people how to dance?
Is that Dunkachino?
No, it was the trannies that taught him how to dance.
Is that how it went down?
I mean, you saw Will Ferrell at that Abram
Oh,
event.
he loves the cold shit. There's a lot of that. Yeah, he's in more than one of
he
those.
Looks like it. Yeah, he's spooky looking.
Oh, he's into it, and you have to be. If you're successful in Hollywood, you're into all of it. Like, you have no choice.
In Zoolander, where they make fun of conspiracy theorists, you know that the Zoolanders famously makes fun of conspiracy theorists.
Right.
Will Ferrell plays the Dr. No. Yeah, yep. Mugatu that has used the mind control program on I forget the guy's name.
Derek Zoolander.
Yeah, Zoolander.
Yeah, absolutely hilarious. Love that movie.
It was pretty funny. He's playing a kind of a spooky role in that after his X-Files years.
I mean, it was funnier than hell when David Duchovny's in the cemetery at night telling him his story and he's a hand model.
Yeah,
that's about as funny a conspiracy yarn as you can spin right there. I thought that was fucking hilarious. Right. But at the same time, you wonder, these people, they sprinkle this shit in here. You wonder if they're not telling you truths about some of this shit.
Well, I think they are. I think they're kind of throwing it in everyone's faces. It's kind of like there's that cartoon on Netflix. It's called Inside Job, and it's literally supposed to make fun of conspiracy theorists. But honestly, it's one of the best cartoons. Honestly, I love it. I think it is so clever.
It's got every trope in there. It's got every conspiracy. I haven't heard of it either.
Everyone. Absolutely hilarious.
And it's called what again?
I've never heard of this at all. No.
Inside Job.
Inside Job. I'll check that out. Cartoon.
Oh, dude, we got the rap toys, dude. The Catholic Church, dude. The Juggalos. Watch out.
Yeah, dude. It's every conspiracy theory known to man.
We got a human dolphin hybrid, dude. I love human dolphin hybrids.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and he's in the army. Does
it have any mermen?
We do. I mean, I think it's become a meme as of late, but there are special forces dolphins in the U.S. Navy, dude. They have special forces dolphins.
Yep. Yes,
that was one of the funniest parts of Zoolander, when his father, the coal miner, is ashamed of him because he sees him in a commercial as a merman.
Merman.
I don't know about pedophile call. I know the Juggalos got labeled a domestic terrorist group, though, didn't they?
Yes, they did. Yes,
by the
did.
FBI.
Which administration did that?
That was Bush.
Bush. That figures. They could get dangerous, man. There is some.
Some of them are dangerous as shit.
I often wonder what the crime is after those Juggalo events, right? Because you see some of these events like those rainbow gatherings they had. There's a lot of murderings at rainbow gatherings.
Right.
There's like hippie kind of gatherings.
The
Insane Clown Posse itself is rapping about murdering and killing and all kinds of crazy ass shit.
Cold too, aren't they?
Very, very. Yeah,
the more I look at their stuff, it seems very much rooted in. They're both musicians and magicians. That's a
even I can't take that. They go. Even I can't follow that. I mean, I listen to all kinds of shit, but Insane Clown Posse, I set a limit right there. I'm holding up here.
Yeah, I'm not a fan, but I do think it's weird because they call themselves clowns. However, their makeup is more mime, right? Like
that's a solid point.
But the mime thing, if you look into they're kind of like court jesters, and the whole point to a court jester is to kind of push the boundaries to be able to to see where the public will accept certain things, right?
Yeah.
Sure.
And so they're definitely part of the jester class.
I did a deep dive years ago in this into that the clown image, the clown
What do you call
mythology.
him a clown, sir?
Oh,
JJ on occasion, JJ, not the OJJ, the old, not the old, but the new old.
Yeah,
But
John Wayne Gacy loved clowns.
did a deep dive into clowns a long time ago, and the Harlequin image, that you see, like Harley Quinn, Batman character, that jester wearing a checkered diamond pattern suit. That developed during the Middle Ages, around the 14th, 15th century. That's also when all these grimoires are turning up, in that area of Italy.
Okay, I didn't know that was that old of a character.
And also, I like to talk about the clown because the clown was the only person in certain periods of medieval Europe that was allowed to make fun of the king, and the royalty, and he was allowed to even. But sometimes he'd tell a joke that got him killed, so the jester position was dangerous. But that character,
Harley Quinn was a lesbian.
The Harley Quinn, not Harley Quinn from.
It says she was the mistress was named Columbine.
Right. Yeah.
I'm not schooled on that.
The Harlequin. Harley Quinn, like the DC character, that's completely different.
What it is there's a famous.
So this is a man. I see. This is a man Harley Quinn. Oh my goodness! Dude,
there's a famous.
It's a jester
that comes from Italy.
Harlequins are Harlequins. I believe are
first known
Italian. I believe they are Italian jesters specifically.
Yeah.
Oh. Yeah, that was an Italian story. Yeah, for sure. I was just thrown off by the Columbine thing. I thought it was a lesbian relationship too. It is Pride Month.
Well,
but the clown thing's interesting because the paint, the makeup, the dress, and everything was actually much earlier from the plagues. The era of the plagues. The bulbous red nose was like a representation of somebody that gotten Black Death, the plague. So clown outfits were originally people that were dead, like dead bodies that they were making fun of it. They've been looking at dead people for so long. It was a funny image that they started creating this image of the clown with the red nose and the exaggerated smile and the eyes pulled back.
The nose was used to cover up syphilis.
There you go.
So,
but also that image came out of like the Black Death, the plague period.
Is that the red and black motif we see with the Harley Quinn character?
Yes.
Harley Space Quinn.
So Harley Quinn from the DC universe, she wasn't invented until 1993 or 94.
Yeah, that's what it said.
Her character was invented for Batman the Animated Series. And then she was introduced into the Batman canon. But even though she is a Harlequin, she's not really tied into like the history of what a Harlequin is.
No, I didn't say that. Of course, you know that.
Right.
I see. Yeah, now I see why confusion. I see the difference there. Yeah.
Right. I'm just making that clear for the audience. Is that even though she is a Harley Quinn, her name is Dr. Harlan Quinzel, but she's not really. She has the aesthetic of a Harley Quinn, but
it's more of a metaphor, I suppose, or figuratively.
Right. Well, it's more of like even a coincidence. Like it's not really related to the history of a Harley Quinn. So it is interesting, and
it's a spin-off. She's a spin-off from that idea of Harley Quinn.
Right.
But
I think all this Marvel DC stuff is rooted in occultism, so I'm not surprised there's a deeper occult history of this character.
Definitely.
There actually isn't one. That's what I'm trying to say, is that there's not really a tie, like I said,
between those two.
Yeah, I mean, not really.
Well, DC, Marvel, every single character they can think of in the universe. They were
I don't know
trying
much
to
about the
spin.
original Harley Quinn, but
The original Harley Quinn
find
was
out.
just a clown that was dressed as a certain. Yeah, just look up the definition. Is just an
Servant?
outfit that clowns wore.
a servant with extra qualities.
Yep.
Mischievous devil character.
Yep.
That is essentially the role that Harley Quinn plays, though, right? Her and the Joker
Yeah,
are the
totally.
tricksters.
Yeah, but
Totally.
I mean, that's kind of where the end stops. Like her backstory has nothing to do with
Oh, sure.
a Harley Quinn. Like
They
that's
do like to use a lot of
that's
the
what I
checkered
mean.
imagery
It's-
with her, though, huh?
The only thing
all
I'm bringing up,
surface level.
the other JJ, I'm going to call you OJJ. The only reason I'm bringing that up, JJ, is because OJJ is because when I went and did a deep dive in that, I started learning some things about clowns. This was years ago. I'm like, the Indians have a clown position. A number of Indians tribes have a clown position. Well, what's a clown position? You go out and look at it, it's like the clown is allowed to, or his position, he goes and tells the tribe the news and
Right.
does it in sound and gesture and makes everybody laugh as he's telling the tribal news, at least on some of these things like Navajo,
Right.
a couple of these other organizations or tribes that I looked into. But this clown mythology carries on. In the 2016s, we had the clowns showing up, terrorizing kids and people.
Yeah,
Do you remember?
The clown scare. Yeah.
So it's like a
That
motif they
seems to happen
pull
with
out.
the Phantom Clowns, right? That seems to happen every 10 years or so.
Yeah. And
This-
you know it's interesting because there's always something clown related. I mean, like why did they
Wayne Gacy back
Why
at that
did
period, and then
right? Why did they focus on John Wayne Gacy as the clown part? Like, you know, then we end up having we end up having Pennywise come later through
Stephen
popular
King.
culture, you know. So there's always some sort of aspect of clown that
and there was
ends
a
up
lot of songs from the 50s about clowns, you know, Kathy's Clown and all these clown songs. Nobody makes any clown songs anymore on pop radio, but
Never the
back
clown.
then, about 5 or 6 big clown songs.
right.
IC Brothers did Here He Comes, He's Kathy's
Dude.
Clown.
As long as they don't try to revive Bozo the Clown, I'm good.
Right. Well, and now we have Art the Clown. You know,
Yeah, Bozo the Clown's kind of spooky looking
Oh, I'm not
character.
familiar with that, dude.
Art the Clown
Look
is
at
the
how
newest.
creepy this fucking Muppet is, dude. This was a children's show, dude.
Mhm. Yeah,
Totally.
Ronald
Totally.
McDonald.
Bozo the
I
fucking
mean-
clown, dude.
Hey, kids, give me a hug.
It's kind of scary, dude.
No doubt.
I mean, they wanted to, and they had a lot of ping pong related activities. I'm just saying, dude. Who knows?
Yeah.
Yeah. There was
Right.
another.
Remember, you
clown
throw the little they
in-
throw the little ping pongs in the buckets, right? That was a big game on the
Baggy
Bozo
pants.
show.
Always baggy pants.
Yeah, well, that was backstage, sir. That was backstage.
Big
There was
shoes. Yeah.
another clown in there. There was a local Chicago show that there was another clown that was like Bozo.
Yeah, he was out of Chicago. We had a competing clown.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it was on
Nice.
public access
Okay,
because Bozo was like the big guy, right?
he was the
but
big
there
clown,
was
dude. Big
a-
clown money.
Right, but there was a public access clown that also came out of the Chicago Midwest area.
Yeah, that was a big broadcasting and still is a big publishing center today, Chicago.
Right. It's
And that's
like
where News
the
Nation is,
fourth-
right? That's News Nation
Yeah.
is WGN.
Yeah, it's like the fourth largest market in the United States. So
The really old McDonald's clown was creepy. Super creepy.
Dude,
I think
Ronald
the
When they
newest-
McDonald.
first brought him out. Yeah, the first Ronald McDonald, very creepy.
I think the newest
Looking.
iteration's the creepiest one. He's got dead eyes.
He's got black eyes,
Yep. Like a doll's
shark
eyes.
eyes. Like a doll's eyes. No
But-
soul.
I mean, like I said, the
What,
newest.
I don't know if I've seen the newest. So I'm trying to bring up the new the chronology of Ronald McDonald, the evolution of McDonald here.
Come eat my hamburgers that have been glued together with glue meat.
Yeah,
have you all seen this Nephilim as clowns?
No.
Go ahead, sir.
I haven't seen that.
Nope, never heard of it.
What's that? Honestly, Krampus Festival? Sounds like the Krampus Festival is like where the Nephilim could hide in there.
They live.
I don't know. I'm vaguely. I've never read this book.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't deal with the Nephilim.
Nephilim clowns. Wow, that sounds spooky. Jesus.
Yeah, I also don't really go in the Nephilim stuff myself because everyone wants to just immediately conclude the Nephilim or the mounds or the giants in the mounds, and I'm like,
they had to be Nephilim. Had to be Nephilim. No other way.
I hear Nephilim, my eyes glaze over. So I just
I can. There's a number of topics or subjects where if you hear the word, you're like,
yeah, it's just not something for me. But the most
I'm kind of the way with Bigfoot. If I hear Bigfoot stuff, I'm automatically like I'm going into a different mode. I'm like, oh, this is going to be good. I'm going to laugh at this. Like it's not like I'm interested in it. I respect that I believe.
Me and my wife, we can't watch UFO movies. Any movie about an alien's abducting a guy or some kind of alien invasion, it's just so boring. It sounds so boring.
Although Mars Attacks was a great movie. Mars Attacks is
that's cool. That's like a cartoonish kind. That's like a
it's a very satirical alien takeover. Right?
Fantastic.
They got the lasers. They got fucking
special effects.
Right.
When I was a kid, they put out Mars Attacks baseball cards, and it was all the rage.
Hell yeah!
I mean, you had to have those cards. It was the coolest thing. Another thing they had in the '90s, just on nostalgia, they had these trading cards, JJ, of all the people involved in the Iran-Contra affair.
I remember
that. People involved in the serial killer trading cards.
I had Desert Storm cards at one point.
Yep, Norman Schwarzkopf, dude.
Right. It was
those cards are probably worth a fortune right now.
I know. I wish I knew where they were. In fact, there was that. I actually found some that were being sold at the Curiosity and Oddities Expo. There's a booth there every single year that travels with the entire show across the country, and they have an entire wall filled full of nothing but trading cards. Like me and my wife got a pack of the Addams Family. We got a pack of Simpson Treehouse of Horror. Like there was all sorts of like the Garbage Pail Kids, like all sorts of vintage stuff. And I think they had some of the war ones.
Get you a nice pack of sealed 1991 Topps Desert Storms, $5.95.
There you go.
It's only $5.95 still. Well, wait 50 years. Yeah, see how much they're worth. What about the serial killer trading cards? What are they going for?
Iran-Contra trading cards? That'd be hilarious.
Iran-Contra, they were fantastic. God, they gave you every person involved in it.
Norman Schwarzkopf Sr. was tied to the Lindbergh kidnapping. You know, who's his daddy? What does he do? Apparently, he's a kidnapper.
Interesting.
Somebody came up with a genius idea to put all these conspiracy topics on trading cards. So as a young punk teenager, as a young man, you could learn your villains in the Iran-Contra affair. Everything was in there. The Richard C. Cord, School of the Americas, Ted Shackley. Oh yeah, they told you the whole story. Had every character on every card that told you his background in the story. And good God, somebody was smart enough. Maybe it's Peter Jackson that did those. I'm not sure.
That's hilarious, dude.
Whoever came out with those cards. They gave you the whole Iran-Contra thing on speed dial. You can sum through your card deck.
Those are badass.
Fuck yeah, they were.
I guess.
Tell you what their part of
man, that's cool. Casper Weinberg.
What a cool way.
William Casey, dude. He's looks like an ugly mug in that one, doesn't he?
Want to learn about Iran-Contra? Here's a great way to do it. Here's all your villains.
Not just Iran-Contra. What a cool way to just learn, period.
Mm-hmm.
Like you get some badass artwork and then you get the facts on the back. Like
the art was great. I was
about to say the artwork is pretty awesome, dude. It's kind of unique.
Yeah.
I don't really see much like it.
That is so cool.
They did the Iran-Contra. They did the drug war. They had all your favorite people that was involved in bringing the drugs in the United States.
They got Eugene Hassenfuss, dude. He's one of my favorite Iran-Contra Muppets.
Oh, hell
Love to
yeah.
get
Look
that
at 'em.
autographed.
They made these guys famous to young people that were paying attention and
Fuck
got a
yeah,
hold of
dude.
those. There's your whole history of the Iran-Contra. If that don't take you down so many rabbit holes.
There's Ollie
Go
North's
from
wife.
those
He
guys.
married his secretary now, Fawn Hall. They're married. These Muppets all
Yeah,
know
Fawn
each
Hall,
other.
the porn actress.
Is she really?
Maybe no, maybe somebody else. You might want to double check
I'm
me on
about to
that.
say, I mean, I don't know, but she might be, dude. I'm not sure.
She might be.
Dude, Pablo Escobar. You ever heard the story of Vanilla Ice saying how he used to hang out with Pablo Escobar?
I've not heard that, but whoa, that must have been a
He said
toll.
Pablo Escobar used to come because they raced boats. He met him at boat racing. He thought he was just some business dude from Colombia.
Wow.
With claims.
Yeah, you got cocaine. You like fast boats. Me too.
What was the name of that dad? You know, when we went to UVU, the book that we found, and that
Oh yeah,
woman, her dad.
Yeah, dude. Oh shit!
What-
No, I done
what was
forgot it,
his
dude.
name?
John something.
Was it John Hull?
It might be John Hole. Let me look it up.
yeah.
Damn it,
From
what
the
was the name of
famous
that
hole.
girl? The Sins of My Father.
He was a pilot for the CIA, and if so, that's badass. And I want to find that card.
Yeah, I looked up his entire fucking testimony, dude.
Right.
Give me a second.
Yeah.
I'll think of it.
I sure enjoyed your visit to UVU. OJJ and JJ.
So did our channel.
I'm jealous.
Yeah, he did.
I'm jealous. I would love to run around there with you. I look weird now. That whole place right now is still on bizarre notice. People are noticing there's something intensely unusual happening over this whole area.
I think I know why. I think I know why.
High level.
They ended up paving over the area where Charlie Kirk's tent was, and it's because there was shrapnel embedded. Yeah, it was shrapnel from the exploding microphone that was tied to him, or that was attached on his lapel.
Is that kind of what you're feeling? The latest? You got enough information to think that's what's the microphone itself?
Yeah, 100%. I believe it's an exploding microphone. 100%.
I watched the images the day of. Watched some after. You hate to even watch shit like that. It's like faces of death. You almost who wants to see a guy get killed in real life?
Yeah,
I watched enough of him.
It is awful.
His shirt ruffles so weirdly. Right. And then them trying to claim 30-06 is just so ridiculous.
No, it was an explosion. It was a micro charge tied into that microphone. Well, and there's the
somebody else got exploded not months before. They were doing a big celebration of exploding pagers. Trump got awarded a golden pager.
Yeah. Right.
If you think they gave Trump a golden pager because that pager was the best, coolest phone on earth, you should have one of these. No, it was a celebration of taking out a bunch of people with pagers. And whatever side of that issue you fall on, whether you like it or not, I mean, innocent people were killed in that operation, and they celebrated it.
Mm-hmm.
They celebrated it because we got the bad guys. So a couple people had to get killed.
I mean,
if that's the kind of warfare you're raging,
those people will literally blow up an entire city block just to get one person.
I heard they'll plant charges in a building.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
That they know somebody's in and not warn anybody.
That's what happened to the Miami Seaside apartment complex that just mysteriously collapsed out of nowhere the same day that John McAfee, allegedly offed himself in his prison cell. That's who took care of this randomly collapsed apartment complex in Miami. It was same country.
Yeah, it's happening all over the place.
Right.
And that's a kind of warfare that, man, if that's what you're doing, some people, and I'm not an army. I'm American. I love America. I hope America wins, our battles. I hope that we take I'm American.
America.
American. I love them because I'm proud to be an American. Where at least I
That sends me into some
go.
weird fucking flashbacks, man. Take it down notch, please, on the Lee Greenwood, sir.
Sorry.
We had to listen. Speaking of psychological warfare, dude, we had to listen to that every night in basic training.
American
weird.
Yeah,
That
they play
is
taps.
weird.
Then they would play. Then they play some Lee Greenwood every night, and then you get in your bed. You had to stand at attention and salute for taps. You just stood at attention for Greenwood.
Weird. That is weird.
For 42 consecutive nights, sir.
And then when you get over to Iraq or
It was only 6
Afghanistan,
weeks when I went to the Air Force basic training. It's
play heavy metal, you can do that on your own.
See,
now they get
gotta
84 days of Lee Greenwood, dude. Going to sleep every night, saying goodnight to Lee Greenwood.
Oh.
So the gal that left her book, signed copy of her book at Charlie Kirk's memorial, was not John Hull. It was John Hull's associate, the pilot. So Hull ran the where'd he go? He had a bunch of airstrips, and he worked for the CIA, Texas. And he employed this guy named Gary Betzner.
Yeah,
and Gary Betzner was the gal's father who wrote that book, and she signed it and left it at Charlie Kirk's memorial, makeshift memorial at that.
Not a book.
And it was made into this HBO miniseries, The Invisible Pilot. Apparently, I haven't seen it yet.
Wow. Yeah,
Gary
not a book.
Betzner, a crop duster from Arkansas who got caught up in the Iran-Contra scandal, is the subject of HBO's 3-episode smuggling series, The Invisible Pilot.
Yeah. They made another one, Barry Seals, with your favorite actor, Tom Cruise, that American Made.
Yeah, this one sounds way more exciting, though, dude. This guy sounds like way more exciting character than Barry Seals.
Maybe a little bit more accurate information. But
well, I often claim folks fake their death and shit, dude. This is an example of a dude who faked his death. Betzner faked his death. He's a CIA operative, faked his death in 1977, renamed himself Lucas Harmony and moved to California and then Hawaii.
Maybe the only way to get out of these situations once you've went into them. You got to fake your death.
I got to check out these cards. These cards are hilarious, dude. I've never seen these.
Those cards blew. They blew my tabs, man. They did the Iran-Contra affair. They did the drug war that told you all the key elements of how they're bringing the drugs in.
Fuck yeah, this has got a lot of information on it, dude.
These were put out by organization, or people obviously that had an organization like the Christic Institute, a little more left-leaning, I would say. This isn't John Birch necessarily material. This isn't like that wing of the conspiracy, but it was pretty educated. They're hot on the heels of these drug-running, gun-dealing, warmongering.
I think there's an argument to be made that Charlie Kirk may have faked his death because there is no blood. I don't see the commensurate amount of blood necessary. First of all, I didn't like it from moment one because no one on a security team took one defensive fighting position. There's no defensive posture at all there. Not a single member took a defensive posture to locate the target and return fire, which is their primary thing they're trained to do.
Yeah, no one blocks him. No one steps in front of him.
No one takes a knee and then starts fucking looking for the target and pointing a gun in that direction. No one does it.
So it's like, make sure and don't get in the shot.
They all seem to spin into action with some very specific working together very quickly together as a team, but it wasn't in what I would expect to see in response to a shooter.
Okay. So. Yeah. Definitely wasn't what happened at the Trump.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. But the one thing we do know is it's definitely not what they said it was, right? So that's the only thing. That's the known. If anything's known,
something's off. Yeah, something's off. Some of the claims here that are going on with Charlie Kirk, they threw him in a truck, refused ambulance service, refused like EMTs, and threw him in a fucking. You heard this? They've sold the truck already. They've cleaned and sold the truck that they threw him in after the event.
for sure, dude. Get rid of the evidence, right?
Huh, why would you do that?
Well, I mean, there's a lot of things, there's a lot of aspects, even in the aftermath, that have caused me to think that this is a larger psychological operation.
Yeah. And then the part that's hard to figure out is the person alive or is this Memorex? It reminds me.
Look what they've done with Turning Point USA, dude.
Yeah. This whole Turning Point
they had
USA.
a memorial for the man, and it looked like a Nazi fucking rally, dude. Fireworks and all.
The celebration with the fireworks, the dancing, the sales, the merchandise sales.
No kidding, right? That was a key objective. It sounded like from that teleconference that got leaked.
Do you know how many shirts we sold?
But that's my question: is where does the leaking begin and the machinations end? Right? You know what I mean?
Weird.
Well, because Candace Owens is so connected to Turning Point USA. It's not just Charlie Kirk. Her husband and her met through the guy who runs Turning Point USA or Turning Point UK, that John Mappin Scientologist Muppet who was in the Epstein files, and that's a weird fucking intersection of activity, if you ask me.
And then you have the UK connection too. Just what you want, a UK involved person, yeah.
Well, they always got their grubby little Muppet hands in America, don't they, sir?
Yeah, you can't turn over too many stones before there you see one of them hiding under there. Yeah, it's that special relationship. I like to think and hope.
If by special you mean they think they still own us, I would agree.
Yeah, where they use us and abuse us, and we just do nothing, bend over. That
right.
One.
Sounds about right, dude.
But I like to hope and dream. I like to dream that Trump is kind of opposed to this, whatever this power structure is from England that we were told we tried to break away from, that we didn't want. I like to think that Trump's opposed to it. I know depending on what news source you listen to, you're going to hear just radically different views on this.
Yeah, what news source have you ever heard a positive story about Trump?
Have you
not heard them lie about Trump, right?
I've heard one source where they said he was okay.
Oh, dude, it's not like they ran a 4-year campaign to say we lied about Russiagate, you know what I mean? But they spent a 4-year campaign, Russia. This big beautiful bill. There's another big beautiful bill that's going through Congress. I like big beautiful bills.
This weekend, BBB.
Yeah, I like them to shut down their big beautiful bills and quit spending.
Not so much to be confused with BBC, but in the news, there's a Republican fight because every Democrat's trying to block the bill because there's what the Democrats call a slush fund for January 6th individuals. And there's a $1.3 billion amount of money that Trump's got from the government because of how they played him and everybody else during the January 6th thing. So massive movements going on today to try to stop this bill unless they dial back any kind of support for any January 6th figures. And so 3 or 4 or 5 Republicans voted with the Democrats to try to stop it based on the January 6th garbage.
I think what you're describing, sir, is Muppet World. Muppet World 2026 live and in your face holes. Because they already unsealed that report saying they had 26 assets on ground that day for the FBI.
They had hundreds. They had over 200 guys. They had ghost buses down into the Capitol underneath, putting on Trump hats that were diehard Trump haters.
Right.
So God knows what the hell actually went on that day. If you didn't see all the video from behind the scenes where Nancy Pelosi had video teams set up and ready to go to show how horrible it was, the Trump supporters and all this bullshit. If you didn't see any of the back behind the scenes, one side of the White House, it's all peaceful, and on the other side, it's this radical bullshit. Nobody knows who put up gallows. Somebody came in at 7 in the morning and erected a giant 16-foot high hang'em gallows. No one's been able to find the names of these people that came in and did it. There was a pipe bomber that planted pipe bombs at the DC headquarters. Nobody wanted to get to the bottom of what happened.
That case is bullshit too, dude.
At the end of that, there's some black guy that has Down syndrome or something that they blame for being the guy that planted bombs. 4 or 5 Republicans tried to hold up the bill today because they don't like the weaponization of government act that says government shouldn't be weaponized against political parties. Good God. I mean, I don't know. I don't claim to know what's the bottom of this bill, because who has years to get to the bottom of some deal that probably won't help us much. But at the same time,
the bills
they don't
matter,
like it,
though.
Who knows? Who knows?
I don't think they do.
I really
dude.
don't.
They tried to get me to work one time for free. Basically, I was working as a civilian there at headquarters in DC. And they're like, "Oh, we're on a government shutdown. That means you're furloughed as a civilian." I'm like, "Oh, that's cool." And they're like, "Yeah, but we still need you to come into work. We're just not going to pay." I'm like, "Yeah, you can go fuck yourself. How about that one?"
But come in this week and do your regular duty, but no paycheck.
My point in that story is that there are these ideas of legislation in Congress, and their bills about spending stuff. Well, they just do workarounds when they don't pass these bills, right? So they're usually just used for like threatening folks and scare tactics.
They find another way. Well, in this case, it's not just scare tactics. It's I like to say, if it's in the news, I was saying, it's because they want you to see it.
Yeah, but if the federal government doesn't appropriate funds tomorrow, dude, like I assure you, it would not change much, if anything. It's just one big scare tactic.
Right in line with my old saying is, if it's in the news, it's because they want you to see it. There's 10 million stories they could discuss at any given moment. The story they're playing this weekend on the news, they're playing it for a reason, because they want you to see it. The next stage is, why are they trying to make you look at this? And just the fact that it's being put out in the news means it's a move that's being made. Good, bad, I don't know. Whoever's holding the gun's probably the one that's in charge here of the final outcome. But
well, again, in all of this, I don't think anything the Congress does matters. Because 100%. First of all, they've written a piece of paper saying we're in a state of emergency, and then they signed it and said, "Look, this is the law," and saying we can subvert all laws as a result of the state of emergency. Yep. And that's been in effect since September 11th, 2001, and Donald Trump is getting ready to sign it again.
It may be even older than that, Iran-Contra, and like you said, National Security Act of 1947. I think this thing's old. They just have to kind of dust it off and polish it up, and they don't have to give you much rational arguments because it's national security. You just got to trust them doing it for our good.
We're the government. We're here to help.
Exactly. I got something you love.
When do you feel this blatant turn towards the occult and witchcraft really took on its momentum? Well, there's a cartoon called He-Man and the Masters of the Universe.
No.
Now, He-Man and the Masters of the Universe really broke the ground on this cartoon occultism. We're going to play a little segment here showing the transformation of He-Man. What you just seen is He-Man being transformed. In fact, his name is Adam. First man, interesting. Until he's transformed, and then he becomes He-Man, the most powerful man in the universe, by lifting his sword in the air and yelling by the power of Grayskull. Now, to understand this, we have to understand what Grayskull is. It is a castle built by unknown hands in the shape of the skull, and there's a demon spirit living within it that manifests in the shape of a skull. And so our good character is empowered by occultic demon spirits. In fact, I was talking to one lady, and I've heard a number of experiences like this, but she said, my little boy was in the back seat of the car, and a radio preacher came on and said, "Our Lord God, the Master of the universe." And her boy jumped from the back seat of the car and said, "Mommy, God isn't Master of the universe, He-Man is." Running around in circles saying, He-Man has more power than Jesus. He-Man has more power than Jesus. This is Tila. And this young lady is involved in witchcraft, and you'll notice that she's a very voluptuous-looking thing, and they wear very tightly clad clothes and sometimes even negligee type things on the show.
So there's a sensuality
Very
about the toys also.
Yes.
There's several faces, many faces in this little toy, which change, but, you know, you can become a skeleton creature, and we could go around to the different faces. And this has got to have some kind of a message to the children.
Oh, definitely. It says you can be demon-possessed and still be good.
And Skeletor is this ugly-looking skeletal creature with a staff in his hand. Now, what's that staff that he's got in his hand?
The staff is a ram's head staff. Now, the ram's head is a very occultic symbol. It's boiled in cauldrons. It's used in different occult practices.
Of course, we know that the goat's head, the ram's head, represents Satan anyway in the occult. So little boys are really being programmed to evil. Could we talk about Snake Mountain?
Sure, let's take a look at it.
It's got an interesting little feature here. I'm going to turn it on. It can actually transform your voice from your regular voice to that of an occultic hero. Is that correct? So let's get a Skeletor type of voice.
Ow.
Let me turn this on here. I think I'm getting it too loud.
Dude, I think I had that toy.
The master of the universe.
I had that toy.
Yeah, dude, that was the Skeletor's Castle, or Castle Grayskull.
Cool.
I'm sorry.
This is the reason why.
Is that why I'm attracted to the Necronomicon and H.P. Lovecraft and Cthulhu?
Right.
This is
why
the
I want
reason.
to read books on.
This is the reason why people.
Now I know.
Go ahead.
Oh no, I was just joking around about that, but not. I had that stupid toy. Thought it was cooler than hell.
I had that toy, dude. Castle Grayskull.
It is cool. Well, actually, that's the Castle of the Serpents, but
I didn't have that one. I had the other one.
Skeletor's Castle.
No,
I had Skeletor's Castle that had the big skeleton
that's
face.
Castle Grayskull is Skeletor's Castle, but
that's
the castle.
Version.
That's the Castle of the Serpents. So, but this is why people didn't take the satanic panic shit seriously, because this is the kind of thing that preachers were out there talking about. And it's like, look, okay, maybe there is some like weird like occult stuff with He-Man. Sure, I'll even hear the argument, but to say that this is the Satanists that are trying to attack children, this is why people didn't take it seriously. Like, this is the most. I suspect
part of that's organized that way. They were right, is to control 100%. The opposition. You know, you have your kind of limited hangout. Because this reminds me of the Dungeons and Dragons arguments at the same time.
Right, a soft comedic edge. Make it funny. Make it
right. Well,
comedic.
But with like Dungeons and Dragons, what's interesting, there is like some validity to like some of the arguments being made. Like there was actual witchcraft spells in the game.
I never got into Dungeons and Dragons. I saw their books,
right? As opposed to
I saw their books, quite elaborate.
Yeah,
the game system quite elaborate.
Yeah,
it made Tom Hanks think he could fly, dude. He got up on top of the World Trade Center, so he could fly, dude.
I remember that horrible movie.
Right.
and then a band did a song.
Made for TV movie on the subject, right?
Then that one band did that song. I think I can fly.
Just like He-Man says, I got the power.
Right.
I have the power.
Well, thank you, sir. I've never seen that before, but it is interesting because we see the Masters of the Universe.
I like that.
That's why I wanted to bring that clip up. I found that earlier today just to be able to show.
That is classic. I love that because I bet if you go and look into whoever's behind He-Man, there's probably some occult dudes back in there. Well, no movies are getting produced. No kids' stories even are going on TV unless some occult guys in the background
playing Skeletor. You know, like there's all of this stuff going on. Like I said, there's an argument to be made that there is occultic stuff in He-Man, but the problem is that this cartoon was not a bunch of occultists trying to attack children and introduce them to the occult. Like
no, right? Probably not.
But because the preachers were out there claiming this, that's a good way for people to be like, look at how ridiculous the pro-satanic panic people are. You know?
Yeah. Very sophisticated.
Well, I think they achieved the same thing through the PMRC because that was financed by the Beach Boys.
Right.
Terry Melcher.
Well, and Al Gore.
Terry Melcher was giving them money.
They hired Al Gore's wife to run it. Yeah.
Right. So, I mean, you know, the Tipper Gore, they're like all of this stuff. And yeah, the PMRC spectacularly backfired because of
it did.
People made fun of it. People made fun of them. The committee itself. Twisted Sister suddenly became popular, and Frank Zappa, who's a horrible musician, suddenly he's in the national news getting airplay. And Twisted Sister's record, we're not going to take it. Dee Schneider challenging these.
Well, yeah, I mean that was part of the magic show, though. That was part of the shit show.
Right. Yeah. That was all bread and circuses. But what's interesting, I mean, the compromise that the whole PMRC thing comes back, and that the whole compromise is the parental advisory stickers. Well, turns out kids love albums with parental advisory stickers.
Yeah, they're probably looking for it.
Because I think that was
no parental advisory sticker.
You know, I mean, I still love them. Like it's,
I think that's kind of the psychology of understanding with children, with teenagers specifically. You tell them not to do something, they want to do that.
Right. Exactly.
Definitely.
And you know, I actually think that music has way more of an effect on kids and well, just people in general than a lot of this other, like one good example of a genuine moral panic is in the 1950s when the comic code was invented.
I love that story. Yeah.
You know, like I think that is a genuine example of a real moral panic. Where they were saying that these comics were corrupting the youth of America and stuff like that. And you know what? I think the music actually had, like, there's an argument to be made, because look at the communities that listen to drill rap or that listen to hardcore gangster rap. Like they're living this sort of lifestyle, and the CIA knew that. And so they're pushing a certain style of music, right?
Yeah.
And so
it sets up, supports, adds addition and weight to an idea, a lifestyle,
right?
A way to live. Definitely on that music end. Who just joined us?
Clint.
Oh, well, you want to talk about rap? Here's the guy to tell us all about how rap ruined the children.
I'm going to need a full intelligence briefing on what happened last hour.
I got that for you right here, sir.
Whoa, what the fuck is that?
Beastman versus Skeletor.
You ready? You goddamn better believe it. Then take your drawers off and work your legs. Open your ass up like a keg.
It's from a CKY video, I think. There.
Man, I haven't seen
Bam
that.
Margera gang.
Oh yeah, that movie came out today, didn't it?
Yeah, we were just talking about that, dude. What are your thoughts?
I think by the looks of the trailer, it looked like it was some kind of consciousness evolution story. Dude was in modern times, and then is the main hero protagonist of Jesus Christ.
Well, the first trailer I saw, sir, was, you know, the same old trope we see in films, the you know, alpha woman and the beta male. He-Man was a beta male to, I guess that was whatever her name is. I can't remember. You know, she's like, oh, go, you know, she's like, go fly in the back, and then he falls over, and she's like, oh, you got to go shoot, and then he falls over. I'm like, well, all right, this is stupid. Tila.
Yeah, the female is probably a symbol of Astarte, the serious goddess, and He-Man's the symbol of the initiate. Remember, the Masons call themselves the Master Masons of the universe. Like the
well, I was
Masters
about
of
to
the
say, I
Universe.
mean, you got the sorceress in here, dude. There is a lot of occultism in here.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Right.
Skeletor.
And there's a lot of magic shit going on, dude, right?
Yeah, it's probably a metaphor story about the dude's fight of his inner mind or something.
Right. Yeah, I could actually buy that.
Dude, Dolph Lundgren, though, killed it in the first one.
Oh, yeah. It's interesting.
Dolph Lundgren, the science guy, dude?
Yeah.
I enjoyed the first Masters of the Universe.
Yeah, it was still good. It wasn't like the cartoon, but it was still good. They had that machine that made the harmonies and opened the portal or whatever. That's probably what the Nazis are doing down there at NASA.
Directed by the diddler Gary Goddard.
Interesting.
Oh, that's weird.
Yeah. Courtney Cox is the stepdaughter of Miles Copeland Jr.'s brother. So Miles Copeland was her uncle, the CIA Scientologist, CIA station chief whose sons brought us MTV.
Mm-hmm.
Probably why she was in. That's probably why she was in that Bruce Springsteen video. You know what I mean?
Oh, I forgot about that.
Yeah, I think that was her first. Dancing in the Dark. Yeah, she's in Dancing in the Dark.
Yep.
Brought to us by the CIA, dude. The fine folks at Langley, dude. The clowns. Speaking of the clowns,
trying to push all that acceptability of. Where'd JJ go?
We lose JJ.
Yep.
We lost the ship.
But
Captain, we lost the ship, Captain.
The CIA trying to push all of that acceptability of, young tail being accepted.
My back.
You're back.
You're back, sir.
It disappeared.
The ship only went off course for a few knots before we pulled it back in.
Yeah.
Well, Clint, we were talking. I appreciate you joining us, sir. We were talking about Todd got on a tangent of telling me about financial matters of our government and their usual Tom Muppetries. And I was like, I don't know if any of that matters because we're still under this International Emergency Economic Powers Act.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, there's so many.
Notice of continuation of national emergency with respect to the original one signed on September 23rd, 2001. Donald Trump renewed this one in September of 2025.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't even know if that matters just because, we're all controlled by the Federal Reserve to begin with.
Well, that's a good point. It may not, because we were talking about that on Clint's show the other night, actually, how we were going over some. Well, you tell the story better than I do, Clint. Go ahead.
Well, so the creditors that took control of everything, since we were in debt to them, they got the option to choose how to control the situation, and that's where it seems as though through a bunch of chicanery that they've basically under everybody's noses reinstituted admiralty law in America, which I mean, that's a long subject, but has to do with the because international law or admiralty law is also commercial law, and that in this international contract they can hold you to the letter of the contract, and they can attach criminal liabilities onto a civil dispute.
Right.
And so that's where you get traffic tickets and all this stuff. It's like they've created ways to excise taxes without consent of Congress. And
we did see that it was basically in accordance with these treaties and documents that were, folks putting shit on paper and calling it legal. They had appointed the U.S. Treasury Secretary as the receiver in this bankruptcy process with the International Monetary Fund.
Yeah. Yeah, the Secretary of the
Treasury
doesn't make any
sense
the governor of the fund.
Yeah. Which just caused me to think that there's all these secret kind of machinations that are done like that aren't talked about, and they just go through the motions of all these other activities.
Yeah,
to make it look right.
It's endless. It's it's like Cooper's whole work was just trying to uncover this whole conspiracy that's enslaving Americans. And
well, I mean, really, they're just biding their time until they can introduce the CBDC. Well, the CBDC is already in existence, but they're just biding their time until they can force everyone to get it.
Part of Cooper's research was that the basically every acronym agency except for the Bureau was under the 62nd charter of the Puerto Rico of the IMF, and that it's interesting because the governor of that charter, he wrote a book called The New Constitution for the New United States or some shit like that, and he talked about how they would pretend like the Constitution's still in place, and then at the last second do the old switcheroo. And so, I mean, I think that's what they're doing. I think they've been doing it for quite some time.
Right.
The internationalists.
Well, I mean, there's a much larger plan to enslave everyone anyways, so.
Well, I mean, I always bring this up on my podcast. It's like, if you're taxed 30%, at what point does the tax become slavery? 30%, 50%, you know what I mean? Like,
well, I mean,
100% of everything you're making.
Nothing that requires the labor of somebody else can be considered a right. So the government doesn't have a right to be able to come in and take the value of exchange that represents our labor.
Well, that's the thing, is that 1938 they made a one-force action which joined jurisdictions. They completed it in 1966. They basically, we don't have any rights in America, and that
yeah, you ain't kidding, sir.
Well, as long as we are considered, as long as we are considered federal employees of the United States of America, Inc., you're right. We don't.
Well, I mean,
I think that's all this framework. I think that's the concept of all this framework we're talking here, sir. Is the this idea that they've reinstituted the U.S. Constitution with a corporate structured debt policy with the IMF.
Yeah, we're used.
Basically, we all work for the UN now.
We're used to collateral for the money.
I actually think it's the other way around, where they've taken away the Constitution. Because as federal employees, we technically don't have rights. You do if you're an actual, if you're an actual national citizen, but we're employees, not citizens.
Well,
that's why we have Social Security numbers.
Well, the thing about it is,
and as much as I looked into this issue, I still have to claim, I can't tell you what the hell's going on, because I would just love I know things changed dramatically after the Civil War, and then changed dramatically again around the time they introduced taxes, and historically speaking here.
So the 10 square mile clause.
Yeah, and then the Federal Reserve, once they introduce the Federal Reserve, that's going to control and regulate the money.
There was a court case.
They all go in union with each other. Supposedly, it starts out with tax, and you have the
there was a court case called Erie Railroad versus Tompkins, where some guy was riding on a federal train or something, and he was a state employee, and he got hit in the head by some kind of sign or something, and he was trying to sue the government, and then they switched it around on him and said basically, oh, well, you have dual citizenship because you're because of the 14th Amendment, which extends, well, they didn't say this part, but it extends the 10 square mile clause of Article 1, Section 8, which says Congress has the power to legislate in all cases whatsoever within 10 square miles. So with the 10 square miles part taken off, they just have unlimited power. They can legislate in all cases whatsoever indefinitely. And so some speculate that they made a second executive branch and a second judicial branch, which they called it the Justice Department. But what
I'm seeing not just that. I'm not just seeing that. that thing overlaid over the top of us. We did a movie review of Nothing But Trouble with Dan Aykroyd playing a judge from Balkanvania.
Yes, sir.
Where they are operating on laws from the 1600s, some little town in America. It would not shock me if there are places across the United States that are operating on laws that are put up 400 years ago from weird principalities we don't understand. That's how separated.
Well, it's kind of like that with that IMF stuff. I mean, it's kind of like how England supposedly still pays like money or something every year, some kind of horseshoes.
There are places in the United States where ambassadorships are set up, where people from other countries can live and reside in complete immunity and do so inside our country.
Well, yeah, that's secret societies. I've heard rumors that a Mason can be being chased by police and they can go into their Masonic lodge and that they can't be arrested in there.
I mean, I don't know if that's accurate, but I wouldn't be surprised if that's accurate in like a corporate policy. I wouldn't be surprised if that's occurred.
Well, there was a Cooper broadcast about Kentucky or Tennessee or something, and like it had some kind of Masonic immunity or something. It was I can't remember what.
I don't understand Louisiana's laws, but they call it Napoleonic Code, which is a more diverse set of sources than the laws of the other 49 states of the United States.
Well, Indian reservations. Federal government can't come on the Indian reservations. They have their own, they police their own people. Whatever goes on there is handled by the tribal police officers.
Does that go for the Amish too? Because I was looking at starting my own Amish.
I don't know about the Amish.
Yeah.
I don't know if the Amish have their own police.
Well, my mom drove the Amish.
Is that international waters though on the Amish? Is that international waters?
Somebody please check that out for us.
If somebody that's Amish dies, they don't need no death certificate or nothing.
That's what I'm saying. They don't got papers, dude. They're not in the system. There's no Social Security.
So there's some weird shit going on everywhere.
That's the dream.
I don't know, but how do you get into that system, dude? Like, how do you start that system? How did they start it? You know what I mean? Why can't other people do that, right?
They can.
You guys seen videos on
we're
YouTube?
Called the British to them.
They can start your own Amish commune?
Of people that show up
you don't
at
have to be
airports
Amish to do it.
and they have ID
you have to
from
break the
countries that
contracts
don't exist.
that are
Have you ever seen this?
introduced. Typically when you're born, like the reason why we are labeled the way that we are is because there are all sorts of contracts that we enter into that mean all sorts of things that we don't quite understand, and all the problem is in the fine print, right? Like the fact that we have Social Security numbers is kind of a big deal.
Yeah,
I mean, they open up bank accounts in our names with our Social Security numbers, and they trade us on the stock market.
Yeah,
like it's wild, dude.
Yeah, there was a court case.
I mean, I hear those stories, and I wouldn't be shocked. There's a secret exchange for such activities, but you know,
I can teach you how to find your account.
Well, some people say look at the red number on the back of your
all right, how much
card.
Yeah, I've done. I mean, I've tried to reroute about that in red number business. I'm open to the ideas. If you know how to find it, I'd be happy to be interested to see that, sir.
Same.
Because these ideas came in with the international invasion of the Federal Reserve, right? These ideas of taxes and then the Social Security stuff, right? This is all as a result of the Federal
everybody.
Reserve.
And then not long after that, they started into their eugenics programs. And the United States led the world in sending out people to the farthest reaches of the Appalachian Mountains to figure out how many people are there and who doesn't need to be here anymore.
Yeah, they started sterilizing people.
You know, the whole history of eugenics is just an incredible.
Like, oh, you're depressed. You don't really
early
need
history
to
of the United States. The Germans when Hitler came into power, the Germans were marveled at how much America had done on the eugenics front. They're like, God, whatever they say, their experts are coming over to teach us how to do it. There's letters.
Yeah.
IBM, all these corporations are like, yep, we're going to track these people. And if you're wearing glasses and you're cross-eyed, maybe you got 4 toes instead of 5.
Made the Federal
You don't
Reserve.
need to be here anymore. And that was going on mass scale in the United States. before Hitler ever got here, wanting to talk about killing people. They were doing it in the United States.
There's
Abortions
connections
and
with,
sending people to insane asylums that just weren't just to camps that would hold these people that have no use.
yeah, there's connections with the B'nai B'rith and Schittler, where B'nai B'rith, remember, is basically the Scott McKnight, and that Schittler didn't stop.
Yeah, it was tiny mustache.
Schittler outlawed all the Masonic lodges except for B'nai B'rith up until like 1939 or something, or maybe even later. But like, and that he had a bunch of people that were like had to do with like a British Israelism basically, but it was like an Egyptian version, and that it was like it's all really some spooky shit. Because I was getting into this Albert Pike thing on that Cooper Veritas issue, and it was going into depth about Albert Pike and all these people around him, and that the South and like the what was actually going on, and it was pretty spooky.
Yeah, dude. I'm reading these rules on IRS stuff, dude. Why does the IRS exist? You know what I mean? Like, they have the ability to make up such stupid rules. Like, you got to meet the following requirements to waive your rights under the Social Security Act.
Yeah,
like,
well, they're agents of the fund.
Man.
They're agents
Can't
of
you
the
just
fund.
take my money and let me leave? No, you got to be part of the this, that, and this, and this. I'm like, all right, buddy.
Sign here, sign your third child here.
Dude, it's always something with these IRS.
Put a bloody toe print on this page.
I was about to Google IRS Muppets, but I'm like, that's not going to tell me anything. But we got that.
The finger of your youngest child, places print here.
19. The IRS. Well, I
mean,
it's
the IRS in
1862.
We got the federal tax in 1915, huh?
Yeah, it's like a tax that was kind of like mutated from the war. It's kind of war tax. Yeah. They just continue the war tax shit in the paperwork. Like some of the people prove that the 1944 war tax or whatever, it was 1940. Whenever America entered into World War II, there was some kind of supposed voluntary tax, and that they extended it, and that's how they like it's like a paperwork nightmare. I mean, they did it on purpose.
Once they get their foot in the door.
It's like the
Taft administration that brought us the 16th Amendment. It wasn't passed till 1913. Not 1913.
And Taft is a famous skull and bones figure.
Yes,
yeah.
sir.
Plus, it wasn't lawfully ratified under the proper procedure. They forced it through in an unconstitutional manner, just like the 14th Amendment.
I was just about to say that. Yeah, just like the 14th Amendment. Okay. What happened with the 16th Amendment?
Well, it's like in the 1800s, there was a court case that said the 16th Amendment created no new taxing power, and that it's like that's how you know that because they were only allowed to tax within the federal jurisdiction, and that they're basically it's like the state jurisdiction is the federal jurisdiction now, so it's like that they're holding the ball on all fronts. And it's like the balanced party of the constitutional system.
It gives secret societies a way to wiggle out any situation. If it's federal boys doing something wrong, then they can claim federal powers. If it's state boys doing something wrong, they can claim state powers.
Well, they say the Virginia
company. The fuck out of the way.
The Virginia
all these old districts and stuff. They have their power structures. Well, anywhere you go across the United States, have their families, their powerful families that by lawfare.
Yeah, the Virginia company, which is owned by London, I'm pretty sure that they were under the Act of 1871, and that they were incorporated into the District of Columbia. And then it's people believe that there was a corporate constitution made, which. That's a long story, which
hard to tell when you're super stoned.
Well, I mean, it's
but that's okay.
That's all right. Take your time, sir. We'll take a quick intermission right after these messages.
Now, she's reporting her neighbor, who's ex-Catholic, by her demand, and Larry's supposed to talk to. Well, she doesn't know what to do. She says we shot her from Colleyville. Says she hates me ever since I arrived. Says I'm not allowed to go unheard because it would be too challenging in court. That I would not be an occupant of an assembly hall in her state. That they're saying that she's having fun. Not with yet this policy. That's Liver says she's moved in. And that she just, she don't want the challenge. Here we go. She plays with Pittsburgh Steelers. She wants no Bowling Green, Ohio. Let's bet up for that. She wants someone else. Here we go. Here we go. Now she says she hates it. She's got a grudge for 27 years. She's letting the show says I. And she won't let go of the pages. Here we go. Judge does say just look good. Judge word hate every day. I've never been in a dwelling. Who knows the secret of love? Here we go. Here we go.
You should have the AI analyze that, see if it's like a movie quote or something. They keep saying.
Oh, I did, dude. It seems to be a machination of some misquoted Edgar Allan Poe, strangely enough. I just did a recent episode on Edgar Allan Poe and the Society of Cincinnati Tale. And some misquoting that, and maybe some personal beefs, maybe some sort of divorce beef or something. I'm not sure. I have a recent update from that Looney Tune, but say that for a different time. But yeah, that guy to me is the perfect microcosm of our current state of America, sir.
I ran into some Cincinnati shit last night.
We should get him on here.
That B'nai B'rith stuff. The B'nai B'rith
you sent me a message about that. Yeah, dude, that was interesting. B'nai B'rith, and then you said you found some Vince Foster ritualistic occultism in the Vince Foster death, perhaps?
Yeah, there was an article of a dude that he claimed that there was a connection with the monolith or one of the obelisks with Vince Foster's death in some occult manner. I got to dig into that more because I couldn't figure out where it was on the. Let's see here.
Fort Marcy Park is definitely a mound site where they found his body.
Is there an obelisk in that
some
park?
of that, Todd?
I'm not sure about what. Oh, I know the Vince Foster death. That's a Clinton administration, like big time deaths that occurred. Yeah. Why him? What was his position, JJ, that he had to be gotten rid of?
Well, you seem to have sit in the epicenter of a lot of activity, going back to the Rose Law Firm days, I would argue.
The law firm, the Rose Law Firm. That's right. He knew stuff about.
Yeah, they represented numerous businesses involved with Iran-Contra and the Promise Octopus scandal. So
it was called the Rose.
Even higher. Yeah, even higher.
Yeah, the Rose Law Firm.
That's hilarious. That's the sign of the socialists.
The Rosen Cross.
A lot of socialists amongst this crowd. You got Vince Foster, you got Chelsea Clinton's dad, Webster Hubble, and Hillary Clinton. They were the partners in the Rose Law Firm.
Yeah, and then that whole Inslaw case.
They didn't start it, but it's an older law firm.
Kenny Casolaro, that's all. But that's one of the BCCI bank scandal. Everything's wrapped up there with the.
There you go. It was actually started by a member of the Society of Cincinnati. I didn't fucking know that. Holy smokes. Robert Crittenden. Yeah.
Yeah, Rose. He's probably a Rosicrucian too.
Well, I'll get back to you on that one, sir.
That Society of the Cincinnati is a whole nother aspect that shines another light on this thing, this ever shifting.
Yeah, his father was a major in the Continental Army. Now, was he the member or was it his brother? It's hard to tell. I'll get back to you on that because his brother was a senator, looks like. I didn't know that, dude. That's fucking wild, dude. I didn't realize that law firm was so old.
Okay,
they all seem to be connected.
The what day did Vince Foster die on? Was it July 20th?
The 3rd. Oh shit, dude! I should do my fucking go back to visit my local science store, dude. It's the 3rd oldest law firm in the United States. What the fuck?
Oh wow!
How old
What were
is
you
it?
saying, sir? Go ahead.
1791.
How old are you?
That's very old. That's
I think
very
how
old.
Vince Foster was saying. The writer says that it says, "I promise to tell you the direct connection between the most famous obelisk in the New World, landing on the moon, the first close-up photos of Mars, and the death of Vince Foster." I don't know if he was saying. I mean, he's saying there's a connection between those, but I'm not sure what the connection is. I mean, photos of the moon. Maybe Vince Foster knew that they were fraud, or I don't know.
That's what he sits in an interesting intersection of a lot of deep state activities, dude.
Yeah, it's hard to. It's hard to get to the matter of what was going down there because there were so many people that got killed surrounding those things. It's hard to put your finger on exactly what.
It really reminds me of the firm, dude. I mean, look how many lawyers they have in there, dude.
Yeah, it really does.
55 attorneys and 80 total employees, right?
Powerful.
They're Phi Beta.
And they're only
Kappa
doing
members.
$10 million a year in revenue. I doubt that, dude. I doubt that.
Did that have Gene Hackman?
Yeah, Gene Hackman.
Gene Hackman's the guy that's got the money down in Costa Rica or somewhere, down there. You're not supposed to look at the records or whatever that Tom Cruise get to look at.
Well, he ran pretty fast in that film. I will admit he did a good running in that one. But yeah, dude, we see that firm it's out of Memphis, right? I mean, has a lot of hallmarks of what we see out of this Rose Law Firm situation as far as the size and their power. They're not a big law firm. Welcome back, sir. We're talking the firm and hood rat shit.
Did you watch our review on the firm, OJJ?
I did not. It
was excellent. You should watch all of our movie reviews.
Required research. Are you familiar with the Rose Law Firm, sir?
I am not.
This would be where Hillary Clinton, Vince Foster, and Chelsea Clinton's dad, Webster Hubbell, were all partners in.
Oh, is this where Hillary Clinton got that guy off, the rapist?
Yeah.
She laughed about it.
It's the 3rd oldest law firm in the United States. Same law firm, you are correct, sir. And it's got a Society of Cincinnati.
Hillary worked there.
Right.
Interesting. I know Hillary worked with a bunch of other people like Dershowitz and maybe some other characters.
Well, she was on the Whitewater Commission, right?
Yeah. She was on the Nixon. She was involved in the Nixon hearings, if I'm not mistaken. Watergate.
I'm sorry, I said Whitewater. I mixed up two different scandals. Did Whitewater and Watergate. She was on the Watergate Commission.
Yeah. I think she was an intern for one of the biggest attorneys during Watergate.
Well,
that's how she's cutting her teeth.
It's another interesting. Yeah, and back then she was a Republican, right? She was a fucking Goldwater Republican.
Protecting democracy for the,
Just another way to show you that it doesn't matter left or right. They don't mean jack shit.
Yeah, they all seem to be socialists.
For sure, dude. And we see a lot of interesting subversion of American liberties around this matter because I believe, if I'm not mistaken, the Watergate facility was owned by the Vatican.
Yeah, it was.
Interesting.
Get your Jesuit connection there.
Get your Jesuit connection in the house. Yep.
Yeah, like I don't think Nixon. Well, I don't know who Nixon was working for, but he wasn't one of them.
He just worked for Rockefeller before he became
pro-America. But I don't know.
I think Nixon was working for Nixon.
But he was a Rockefeller. He was a lawyer, wasn't he? A lawyer working for Rockefeller before and working under Kissinger. He was like assistant to Kissinger.
Oh yeah,
I believe you are correct, sir.
Yeah, I don't trust anything about Rockefeller.
But he's not your average. He's not your average guy. He's a Plymouth Pilgrim.
We seem like a character.
He's a pilgrim, eh? Hey, he wears the funny buckle and the hat.
Pretty much.
Not that kind of pilgrim. Hey, pilgrim.
Not that kind, but close enough.
How about a John Wayne pilgrim? Hey, pilgrim.
Anyways, he's a weird type of Christian that doesn't quite fit into the globalist thing, the globalist mindset, the globalist image that you picture regularly.
Yeah, well,
I don't think he was in on his downfall. I don't think he realized what the hell was going on until he was kicked out. He was overthrown.
Out of office.
So it was too late, right? So it was too late.
I'm not saying he's a good guy. I'm just saying I don't think he realized that he was used and probably abused by his close personal friends.
Guy, dude. 28. Tricky Dick 2028.
He was a figurehead. He's that classic figurehead where he's surrounded by globalists, opening up China. He's making all the moves. Not bad moves if you look at it from God, don't you love worlds? The world to speak with each other. So
I think that was more Kissinger and Rockefeller with the China situation. I don't think Tricky Dick, like any other president, they might want to think they're in charge, right?
Yeah.
I think Bill Clinton probably thought he was in charge in some respects. He kept dodging everything, right?
I mean, they are in charge in some respects. A figurehead still has a purpose.
Yeah. Until they go to Epstein Island and they're swimming with a naked girl.
Never happened,
sir. They don't know nothing.
These are all delusions of grandeur that have been bestowed upon us. Epstein didn't exist. It's not a real thing.
I hear you. Until they tell their Secret Service escort that you can't come here where I gotta go.
Holy smokes. Gents, we have ourselves an esteemed guest here this evening, besides you three gents. Good to see you, RR channel, you fucking Muppet. Tell the rest of your Langley Muppets to go fuck themselves. Yeah, we start bad mouthing the Jesuits. Here comes the Muppet Brigade, RR channel.
Here they come. The Jesuits are in the news kind of this week, I think, a little bit. The story was Kash Patel said, get rid of this stupid memo in the FBI.
PayPal, huh? What's that wonky-eyed bastard doing?
Yeah. He was saying, get rid of this memo that was calling these Catholics crazy nutballs. Because they found this.
What memo was that?
The memo argued that the memo was. Here's what the memo was called: interests of racially or ethnically motivated violent extremists in radical traditionalist Catholic ideologies. Yeah, this was a memo produced during the Biden administration. They put every member on it. The memo argued that some white supremacists and radically motivated violent extremists were attempting to recruit a small subset of radical traditionalist Catholics and suggested that Catholic congregations could present opportunities to get intelligence.
This guy seems kind of suspect.
His name is Seraphin. What is he, an angel?
Yeah, dude. He's a former FBI Muppet. He's the guy that did that article for The Blaze, I think, or maybe not. I think he's associated with it in some capacity. I don't think he did the article, but I think he was one of the sources in that article about the January 6th bomber, who being some Capitol Police sergeant, former Capitol Police sergeant. That Seraphin guy said he was on stakeouts of a house associated with that lady, or at least she used to live next door to.
This memo, though, according to the news here, says it stemmed in part from a domestic terrorism investigation into a Virginia violent extremist who joined a Catholic sect not recognized by the Vatican, according to public records. So some weird.
There are
Catholic
some of those, right? There's a few of those, right?
Oh, I'm sure he's got some bizarre tattoo like like that Cape Fear guy, and he's got this cross across his back.
There's a number of these unrecognized Catholic sects, aren't there?
Oh, I'm sure there are. Oh, I'm sure there are.
I ran across a different one recently, but it's interesting you say that because is that the Vatican? Was the Vatican butthurt because they're not getting the tithing from them or something?
The Vatican's probably butthurt because they're not following their LGBTQFY doctrine. That's replacing like some old Orthodox.
Oh, you're saying? Oh, I see what you're saying. So they're following traditional values of Catholicism. Meanwhile, the Vatican's pushing all this woke agenda.
Probably. I'm guessing that this is the kind of witch's brew these people stir up to try to, create some fake investigations into domestic terrorists. I just love that they involved Catholics. So, you don't think of Catholics as terrorists in the United States. You think when you think Catholic terrorists, the IRA kind of makes you think of the IRA and the England fighting in Ireland.
Well, don't you remember that movie, The Gangs of New York? They made the Butcher the bad guy. The Butcher was actually a good guy because he was a member of the Order of the Star Spangled Banner, and the other one
sounds about right.
He was the one protecting American values.
Yeah, and that in real life he was a member of the Star Spangled Banner Order, and that the other guy was a Catholic trying to push Catholicism rule over New York. And that seemed like the Illuminati.
I'd say we should do a review of that film, but that's a long one, sir. That's a long one.
Well, Cooper believed the Illuminati were
looking at that,
and that they pretended to not be Jesuits, and that that New York has always been full of Catholics and Jesuits and Illuminists. I mean, remember that?
No, you make some great points though, because this was a real movement. This was a anti-Catholic movement.
Yeah, the Know Nothings are part of. They were basically like a Masonic movement in a way, similar to that Orange movement. The Orange Order or whatever of William III.
This isn't politically correct today, sir. We're not, and this says we're all Native Americans.
Yeah, the Know Nothings. See, it's like the Illuminati were like a cheap copy of the Know Nothings. The Know Nothings were like, they were like American Illuminati. It's like, imagine you get questioned, you say, I don't know nothing. That's what
you're saying.
They don't know nothing.
The Butcher was part of this secret society of the Know Nothings, this Order of the Star Spangled Banner. I'm not sure I'm familiar with that.
Yeah, he was a member of it, and that it's basically a Masonic fraternal order, and that the
so it's a Masonic element of the Know Nothings, maybe, huh?
Yeah, it's definitely. I mean, a lot of secret societies have the Masonic kind of thing as their background or their backbone.
Sure.
But it's like there's very few groups that are actually pro-America, and that like
you ain't kidding.
And that I support.
That's why when I see all these Muppet arguments like our channel's like, oh, they had to fight communism. I'm like, oh, really? Then why the fuck am I surrounded by communism, you fucking Muppet?
Yeah.
Why is it that your fight for freedom has left me with less fucking freedom?
Yeah, with less freedom, right? Exactly. That's a good
and a bunch of debt.
Why do I have less freedom now than when you started this process? And you want me to keep giving you more money to fight more terrorism?
But the aliens are coming. We need even bigger. We need even bigger check. The aliens are coming.
Well, I mean, how is okay? So we're required by law to have drivers' insurance to travel and drive, and I think that the government has some kind of symbiotic relationship with insurance companies, car insurance, life insurance. It's basically communism. It's like people are paying in and they choose who to divvy it out.
Fuck yeah, and then you don't have any dispute when they don't pay you shit, dude. Do you see the most recent rates on home insurance claims? It's like 53% approved. I think national average is or something like that. 53%.
Yeah,
not very many. That's not very high.
Coin flip. It's a coin flip whether or not your insurance company is going to pay for your claim.
But you know what? You know what the average person's can do. They're going to pay every payment every time. they're not going to skip out on their payment.
Well, a lot of
but
folks
the
are.
insurance company just
we got some
nowadays even more. Yeah.
Was fired by her supervisor, Jerry Zeifman. He sounds like he might celebrate Hanukkah. I'm just saying.
Yeah, wasn't she caught lying on tape or something? Yeah, liar.
Is that what she did? Was she lying? I thought she stole some shit.
There's a bunch.
So when you wonder why is she still around? What was her contribution?
From why she was fired. So I mean, if she did more shit, she probably did. But this is the reason he gave.
Well, Cooper believed that the Oklahoma City was.
You know where Jerry? Sorry, sir. You know where Jerry? What's his name? Muppet lives, or Jerry Zeifman? Newtown, Connecticut.
Next door to Hillary.
Was it? Cooper believed that the Oklahoma City was that they were passing pro-constitution legislature that would stop UN bullshit, and that Cooper believed that that's why Oklahoma City was targeted by who knows? Well, I mean,
the Blue Avian, sir.
The agent McVeigh, whoever McVeigh worked for. I mean, like,
right?
McVeigh claimed he was implanted. How do we know he wasn't some kind of brainwashed fucking Vacaville type situation like Donald DeFreeze?
Charlie Manson.
Oh, my cousin Chuck.
OJJ, I wanted to ask you, how's your show going? Are you doing anything cool over on your program? Are you diving in? I've listened to your show a number of times.
We're on
got
it right
anything
now.
cool going on over there?
Yeah.
It's happening.
You're live,
right
sir.
now.
You're live.
Lately?
Yeah, I mean,
cool thing
everything's
going on right now,
over
Todd.
on my end.
What were you doing lately?
Satanic Panic.
Oh, I love it. I love it.
I just broke down the witch hunt narrative, why it works, how it works, how to defeat it. I actually spent a whole bunch of time reading a whole bunch of Michael Aquino to go through this.
It's terrible, isn't it?
Going through the Mind Wars stuff and the
Yep.
Reading Aquino is like
exactly how this works and exactly why it works, like psychologically. So yeah, I mean, I have yet to see anybody do this, and so I'm just trying to break new ground on the Satanic Panic stuff.
Oh, you know, you're up there. You're up there in Utah. You're up there. Are you in Salt Lake?
No, I'm north of Salt Lake. North
of Salt Lake. That's cool. You're up in a spot where there's so many areas to investigate and to check into and dive into. Do you know those guys up there? You're familiar with those guys defending Utah? They have a channel defending Utah.
You
know Heidi. You know Heidi Love. You know Heidi Love, right?
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah, I know Heidi.
Heidi Love sometimes references defending Utah. They're an internet site that's been. They're the first ones that broke Skull and Bones in Utah. Utah had a Skull and Bones chapter.
That was Justin Riggs. That was Justin Riggs that did that.
Well, they were one of the first internet sites to be showing you that information is what I'm getting at. And
Justin has.
Tell us about Justin Riggs. Does he have a site
on his Twitter? He was the one doing that, and defending Utah kind of took it from him.
Interesting.
So
tell me more.
Yeah, there's that name Colin I was just talking about there, sir.
Yeah, I know.
We got you timed out the first time there, buddy.
I've worked with these guys a couple of times. They're okay. I like what they do.
Who?
Defending Utah. Yeah, I've worked with these guys a couple of times.
I'm not saying
I
put them on a pedestal. I'm not saying I put them on a pedestal.
Right.
They cover things like the United Nations coming to Utah and taking over the Salt Palace for certain events, and that's a United Nations territory area, and you can't go past the zone.
The best people when it comes to
they talk about how the Mormons allowed the Skull and Bones to come in, put in things in the University of Utah, and have politicians probably be installed.
All Justin Riggs that broke that. So I don't know how Utah got a hold of it, but Justin Riggs is the one that.
I'll have to look up Justin Riggs.
So the best person, the best the best sources for all the UN stuff is Coalition Utah.
Coalition Utah.
I think I've seen
Never
that
heard of
before.
So
I think my friend follows that.
let's see.
Coalition Utah.
When the masks were coming in, when they were trying to get people
it's the Utah Freedom Coalition.
Utah Freedom Coalition.
I was about to say we got a lot of coalitions in here going, buddy, because this one's Uniting Utahns. Wouldn't it be Uniting Utes?
No, not them.
Utes?
They're a political party. Fuck them. No, it's the Utah Freedom Coalition. They're a nonpartisan group, and they are the ones exposing all the UN stuff. I work hand in hand with these guys quite a bit. Yeah, these guys. Fuck these guys. That's not who I meant.
All right.
So yeah, but these people need to learn more English, dude. Their English is terrible.
That's probably Chinese spies.
The Utes.
You know, I've told you my history on here, JJ. The other JJ. I've brought my history up here a couple times. Back in the 80s, I was on to the conspiracy, and then by the 90s, by the late 80s, early 90s, I was listening to K-Talk. You're familiar with K-Talk Radio? Talk radio station in Utah, Salt Lake City?
Okay,
it doesn't matter. It's probably local to Salt Lake, not Ogden or...
Right.
Yeah, maybe you're picking
I've never heard of
there.
this, sir.
It's still 50,000 watts, and it was one of the oldest talk radio stations that allowed for people just to call in and give their point of view on the air. And when I first started listening to that, I was just listening. And listening to that, I kind of ran into a bunch of authors and different topics. That's how I met my wife. I went on and did a radio show for a very brief period until I got scared off of that.
Yeah.
And so a similar thing, I ran for Congress and Libertarian Party back in the day, a long time ago. Thought I'd throw my hat in the ring and see what would happen, and gave my play at politics there a long time ago. Was seeing these type of groups and movements. One thing it shows me is things play over and over again.
Right.
The same type of stories play over and over again.
Yep.
Back in the 90s, it was Ruby Ridge.
So much stays the same.
So that thing about the Skull and Bones, their oath is identical to the Illuminati's.
Right.
The Mormons are even identified as Illuminati in books. I think that I think it's all this European Illuminati plan to socialize the world, and that they're just putting their people in the highest positions of power.
It's been established that some of the German Illuminati from Weissapp's Illuminati were also involved, where they were in the United States. They were linking up with Masonic lodges in the United States. That's pretty much been traced. I think you can go find that.
So
yeah, I think there was 14 of them.
What's interesting is the Skull and Bones and their connection here to Utah. So Utah has the only sanctioned group that is related to Skull and Bones, but it's not called Skull and Bones here. It's called Allen Key. So, and every prophet of the Mormon Church has been a member of Allen Key.
Everyone, huh?
Ever since Allen Key was established here, ever since then. So
that's
not
wild,
every
right?
single one, but ever since Allen Key was established here at the U of U, which, remember what I was telling you, JJ, when you were here, that University of Utah is a CIA school. So
yeah,
sure, dude.
All the intelligence is full of
and University of Utah is left leaning. As you would expect.
Yeah, I mean there are right strongholds, but honestly, it doesn't.
I'm sure there are, because any balanced system has to have a stronghold.
It's really left leaning, like on the surface, like it when it gets
I'm
down
not
to
saying
it.
left leaning in a bad way. I'm just saying.
I mean, I'll say it in a bad way.
BYU, okay, well there you go.
Matter.
BYU is Republican, conservative, Mormon. If you're Mormon and you want to go to the highest levels of Mormon religious schooling, BYU was the school, and University of Utah was the one. If you're not quite Mormon, if you're Catholic or if you're
except
Jewish.
You have to be in Owling Key, so you have to go to U of U.
Yeah, that's crazy. But I'm familiar with Owling Key.
So we're talking Heber J. Grant, dude, David M. McKay, all these dudes, huh? Harold B. Lee.
Insane, all of them. Wow, that connection right there.
Harold B. Lee, dude, the Lee family, that's Robert E. Lee's family.
Oh, wow.
And they have a lot of power within the Mormon church and U.S. politics. At one point in time in recent years, you had 5 Lee first cousins, or 4 Lee first cousins, and the other one's another family name I can't think of at the moment. But they're all first cousins. They were all U.S. senators from the states of Utah, Colorado, Oregon, Arizona, I think New Mexico. So that's a lot of power.
A long time ago,
small group of, you know what I mean?
I read a book, God Makers, by Ed Decker and
that's a good one.
I forget the other guy. They were kind of telling you some uncomfortable truths about the church, but they said the Mormon Church this book came out in the mid '80s. It said they were the wealthiest corporation this side of the Mississippi. So as far as money goes, the Mormon Church is the wealthiest corporation this side up the Mississippi. So you can imagine how many corporations.
A different Mormon fun fact that when we were at UVU there, Jacob J. I do want to thank all you gents here tonight, our guests here and my co-host, Jacob J., guest Clint Eastwood, and Todd the Wizard. How dare you doing wizard stuff here, sir? Unauthorized, unregulated wizard activities.
Bring your Bill Clinton impression in here.
I want to thank you folks, the interwebs, for joining us here tonight as well. The Lee family, though, that's all connected to John Doyle Lee. He's the major throughput within that. He'd been the 3rd cousin once removed, I think, of Robert E. Lee.
Correct.
Major Mormon dude. He was hung for the Mount massacre. That's the one. He was the patsy in all that business.
That's the guy that they finally.
Which, if you think about it, the Charlie Kirk assassination was on the anniversary of the Mountain Meadows massacre.
Whoa.
Yep.
Which is
I think the Mormons were behind it.
Whew.
If it wasn't the Mormons, I think it was the
Mountain
Russians.
Meadows was September.
It wasn't the Mormons. It really wasn't. They gave their permission for it to happen here, but the Mormons are not interested in killing Charlie Kirk.
Well, I mean, not like the
the Mormons love Charlie Kirk,
Mormons, but
like I said, they gave their permission for it to happen here, but it wasn't the Mormons that killed him. So
yeah, they did, but they definitely seem to be in league with a lot of this anti-liberty faction of activities in America. Always have been.
Yeah. While they're pretending to be the supporters of the Constitution, because the church throughout the 50s and 60s was just the most rabid anti-communist.
Yeah, but they had an oath.
Constitution
says they had an oath up to the late 80s, early 90s. That was like a 3-generation oath where like everybody was saying that in the Mormons that the oath was that they would take over America.
They got
they had a prophecy, where the Constitution would hang by a thread, and they would come in and say that.
Who's in charge of it now? Like I live in Utah. The whole state is ran by Mormons, and I love living here. So I would much rather the fucking Mormons be in charge.
Yeah, you'd rather live there than San Francisco right now. Yeah, Democrats.
I would rather live here than a lot of places. I'll tell you
definitely.
that.
Yeah, but
love Utah.
The Mormons run California too. They're between. You can point to the Gettys, which is a society situation out of Pennsylvania, but Gettysburg. You may have heard of their town.
I don't know. There's also their military industrial complex runs California.
It's like the Mormons.
No, it don't move without. Shit don't move without Mormons. Look at Elon Musk. His money guy's a Mormon. The Mormons run everything out there in California.
I don't know. I don't know if I agree with that.
It's like the Mormons.
They're there, sir.
Why is the state such shit then? Because Mormons, dude, they pride themselves on everything being spick and span and clean. Whether it is or is not,
don't rob their own neighborhood, sir.
Story, but the appearance of everything being clean, dude. Go to Temple Square. Everything, like there is not a piece of garbage.
Because the police
you
drove
can go
those
to
people,
you can go over
those
to
homeless
St.
guys
Peter's
away.
Square in Russia, and it's the same way. That's what I'm saying is
it's just like that in communist China.
Crooks don't rob their own neighborhood. So
they don't allow
the Mormons,
right? But California,
they're not going to let riffraff
is,
in their backyard,
right? But if they're running California, then that doesn't make sense because California is a fucking shithole. So
well, they passed. It was the Mormons who passed Proposition 8 out there. I'm saying the Mormons, in my opinion, are operate within this anti-liberty faction in America.
Like running California, though, they run Utah. Like I don't know
and
about
I'm saying
you got Prop 8 passed in a state full of gay people, dude. That's all I'm saying. Is that's.
And I would say, JJ, that some of the Mormons are some of the most patriotic people you ever meet in your life.
Just getting a law passed doesn't mean that they control the state, though. Like,
I think they have a significant impact, and they're not the only ones. But
I didn't say they don't have a significant impact. We're talking about them controlling the state. That means that they run, they own Gavin Newsom, and that's bullshit. There's no way.
I think it falls within the same category of activities. Like I was getting, he falls under the Getty umbrella. The Gettys are part of the anti-liberty faction of the society. The Mormons come out of that same faction.
Yeah,
sure, but that doesn't mean that the Mormons own and run California.
Well, they founded it.
Founded California, so they founded San Francisco and LA.
If it wasn't for the Mormon militia, we wouldn't have an American California.
California was established before Utah was.
Well, we wouldn't have an American California. The reason it was established before Utah is because they went Deseret.
I'm not sure like
Deseret
what you're saying.
Existed
so the Mormons
20 years before Utah.
Before establishing anything here, before this is the place. You're saying that they set up shop in California.
Deseret encompassed California, Nevada.
I'm not going to say that that's wrong, but
Arizona.
I need to see some evidence on that.
Yeah, so the Mormons settled the Salt Lake area, I think, is 1848, and I think it's 1849. They're in San Diego, courtesy of Lewis and Clark's guide son. The guide to Lewis and Clark, the son of Sacagawea. And
they settled Utah a year before, but San Francisco and everything was already settled by that point.
It wasn't an American, though. It wasn't an American California. This is what I'm saying. The American California we know today, the reason why
owned it, that doesn't mean anything.
They don't become a state. It does kind of mean something.
One of the first. It means a lot because once we took over that property and got those resources, if it wasn't for the Mormons backing out of California, backing the Union Army, they would have lost probably.
Okay, yeah.
So one of the
I want to make a point. Pull up a map of Deseret because that does not sound right.
One of the first, it doesn't include Deseret. Deseret's not part of California.
One of the first Western settlements
section of California.
Okay, I can't talk to three people at one time, like one person.
One of the first Mormon settlements out west was called Orderville, and it was one of the first communist cities in America.
For sure.
And that I don't trust no communists.
I think a lot of it's all rooted in that, especially the Brigham Young. Version.
Yeah, they hijacked whatever Joseph Smith was doing.
Who got a map of Deseret?
His thing was hijacked by Brigham Young.
I sure do.
They changed the seal of the Mormons from the all-seeing eye into something else. It was a takeover. It was
for sure,
a religious takeover.
So this is not including the Bay Area. This would be including San Diego and Los Angeles.
Yep. Yeah, that's where I said that's where they landed, and the Mormon battalion into San Diego was
okay. San Diego was already established by then because we're talking 1840s.
Right. Well, but I'm saying this is the American settlement of that area.
Yeah.
So Mormons own California is your stance.
Not
they're
own,
the first Americans in there.
That's what you said. Mormons own
yeah,
California is what you said.
They
claim.
Yeah, they still do. Yeah, they're the first ones there. They're still. That's what I'm saying. They're operating within this anti-liberty faction, along with folks like the Gettys out of the Pennsylvania chapter of the Society of Cincinnati, because the Mormons are an offshoot of the Society of Cincinnati.
Interesting.
But they are the first. They're the first Americans in there, and it's thanks to the Lewis and Clark's guide. Lewis and Clark's guide, Sacagawea, and her husband, Charbon Charbonneau, Toussaint.
Yeah.
Toussaint
He's a
Charbonneau
Mason,
was their
wasn't he?
son. Yeah, he was a French Mason, I believe. Yes.
Oh, French
Okay,
Toussaint Orient.
Here's the thing though. In 1840, when San Francisco was already established, that wasn't only owned by Spain. They had the Spanish, the Spanish missions.
This area to the north was owned by Russia.
Oh.
Okay, so when was California bought by the U.S.?
I think we got it from that northern area from Russia in 1853.
No, all the state. I'm not talking just the northern part. When was California?
We'll call it
by
18. I don't know. We'll call it 18 something. Let's see here. 18.
Well, I don't think there's an answer.
We could rough guess it. We could rough, estimate.
Well, there must be an answer to it because you keep saying the American California. So there's an answer to it somewhere because the American California started somewhere.
When it becomes a state.
As soon as the Mormons got out there, it seems. Again, it's not just the Mormons. It's a Society of Cincinnati effort. 1850.
Okay, that's not the Mormons though. That's an entirely different organization.
Yeah,
even
but
though
that's what I'm saying. It is the Mormons.
You gotta understand.
It is the Mormons. They're operating within the Society of Cincinnati Enterprises.
Okay, so they're
hold on, interjection.
So the Society of the Cincinnati is the mother organization of the Mormons.
These are all compartments.
I think there is a certain aspect of it. Yeah.
Well, if they're compartmentalized, then they're different organizations.
Yeah, but the same.
Well, they're compartmentalized in factions of disputes.
When the same people run all the compartments, it's all the same shit.
Yeah.
Then they're the same thing, and they're not compartmentalized.
I think they have factional divides within it. Yeah.
Okay, then that's not compartmentalization though.
Well, you got to understand.
In a sense, it is. I mean, the Gettys and the Mormon aspects
I'm
of California
trying to
are not
understand.
going to.
It doesn't. I mean,
it's
the Mormons.
a pyramid scheme. Every leader is a higher society, and it's all a pyramid scheme. It's all
right. I'm not new to the conspiracy thing. I get it.
They're all different compartments. It's like all these different groups practice Illuminism, like flat out.
Sure.
Well, I like to use Kamala Harris's favorite Venn diagrams. Think of it like this: you have corresponding circles, right? It's her former vice president's favorite things, the Venn diagrams. I'm not the vice president, by the way.
She like those? Did she use those?
See, you look at somewhere like California, you see the Gettys. They hire a Reinhard Galen CIA operative from the Nazi network. Gavin Newsom's real father, former SS officer Otto von Bolschwing. I call them Otto von Bullshit. So you see, the Mormons have a white nationalist values. This is how I look at it. They have the corresponding circles of Nazi stuff that correspond with this anti-liberty faction of the society that corresponds with the Mormon, offshoot of that anti-liberty faction.
Yeah,
and occasionally they all come together on the same values.
Okay, so I mean, just because somebody holds the same ideals does not like that. The enemy of my enemy might be my friend, but that doesn't mean we're the same people.
Well, what do you mean as far as the Gettys, the Mormons, and the SS officer Otto von Bullshit?
There's a plan
like an example of California.
The whole world.
Okay. I can't. Like I said, one person at a time. I can't. I'm up against 3 people here. So
no, you're not against.
We're not against anybody, bud.
We're not against you.
This is how we usually talk on my show.
We're not against you, OJJ. I actually appreciate your conversation.
You guys
appreciate your perspective.
But there's 3 people trying to tell me like one thing at a time, and I can only listen to one person at a time.
Yeah, that's understandable.
Well, I'm waiting for
these groups all have a synonymous goal of world international socialism.
Sure, but that doesn't make them the same organization.
Well, it does when their leaders are all members of higher
the World Economic Forum and the UN are not the same organizations.
Well, how many members?
You're right. No, they would fall into that same example, right? Corresponding circles of interest. They would have overlapping interests.
I'm not arguing that they don't have overlapping interests. I'm saying they're not the same thing.
There's circles within circles. The leaders of the groups are all high Masons and stuff. There's an Illuminist conspiracy. It's Cooper documents.
I get that, but that's like a far cry from saying the Mormons run California.
Well, I'm not saying that.
I don't think it's that far of a cry, dude. When they're the first Americans out there, and then they pass laws like you're able to pass a law like Prop 8.
Well, then how are they not stopping some of the other laws then?
How are they want that? That's the scary part. They want that shit to go on
here in Utah.
Yeah,
that's their backyard. They don't want to dirty up their backyard.
It's like it's socialist engineering. They're engineering a situation.
So California is their controlled opposition, is what you're saying.
I think it's a lot of been their test bed for a lot of their socialist activities. Sure,
kind of like how
getting tested out there.
Kind of like how the Catholic Church created the Satanists.
Yeah.
So they could have somebody to fight back in the Middle Ages.
Well, I think it would be a better example would be how the Catholic Church sided with Crowley.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah, I disagree with the Catholics creating Satanists, but
well, I don't think they created Satanism, but they did aid and abet some Crowley activities.
They didn't create Satanism.
Well, I believe the Catholics are Satanists.
I'll actually agree with you on that. I actually agree.
I was about to say there's
symbolism.
I don't believe that.
I don't believe that. I'm just saying there's people and information that seems to point to that. I'm not saying I believe that. I'm just saying there's information that seems to point to that.
No. I actually agree that they created like Levine's
black magic
to a certain degree. But Satanism existed long before the Catholic Church did.
Yeah, they practiced the ancient religion of Babylon, documented by Alexander Hislop.
Right.
Not Hislop.
I don't know who that is. You have to spell that one for me.
Robinson. The two Babylons.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm gonna put a pin in this California thing, and then we'll talk about this next Friday. I'm gonna have to do some more digging.
All the leaves are brown. The leaves.
Well, look at the Mormon Battalion and their entry into San Diego.
Yeah, sure. I mean,
if it wasn't for the Mormon Battalion, dude, again, the West would have not likely been won.
Well, here's something that might solve it. Is there any Mormon places that they believe is holy or something in California?
California.
No. Everything.
But the Templars do.
It's Illinois is where the Mormons believe that things are holy.
It's interesting because San Francisco is where the UN headquarters is. And wonder who donated the land for that.
Battalion.
That's a good question. And most folks have heard of the that's interesting.
I've heard that Mormons are there's quite a presence of Mormons in California.
Yeah, you've heard of the Donner Party, I'm sure.
Yeah, if you go to Utah, there's no doubt there's a Mormon presence. But if you go to California, you can find them.
There's also a massive presence in Samoa and
Mexico.
Tonga. So
also Mexico.
There's also a massive FLDS population in Mexico.
Mitt Romney.
They have Mexican fundamentalists down there too.
Yes,
actual Mexican fundamentalists
with blonde hair and blue eyes.
Yeah. Well, yeah, that's the Romney and LeBaron ones. They had a later fundamentalist Mormon break off in the 1920s of a Mexican native from Mexico City. He started a Mormon commune all the way down there.
And those are some spooky communes, some of those ones.
But yeah, this is what I meant by the West and the U.S. Army. So the U.S. Army's Mormon Battalion during the Mexican-American War of 1846 to 48. But again, deeper than that, I think it's a Society of the Cincinnati Tale, because you see, again, the Lewis and Clark connections with their guide, amongst other things.
So Lewis and Clark, they're credited with making the maps, doing the exploring, the biggest explorations.
Oops, sorry. So it says the Mormons arrived in 1846 in San Francisco.
Yeah, it was around 46 to 48 there during the war. I think they finally established
a couple missionaries. Here comes a couple of missionaries while everybody's drinking whiskey and mining. Here comes these two guys in white shirts and ties.
Oh, the Mormon Battalion, dude, they were kind of badass, dude.
No, I'm just teasing. Yeah, there were some nasty Mormon guys.
Yeah.
If you don't think there were some badass Mormon guys, they made a TV series recently that Was it about the Mountain Meadows Massacre? It's got Twiggy from Sons of Anarchy playing a Mormon prophet or one of the Mormon.
Yeah, look at Captain Jefferson Hunt. He looks like a mean son of a bitch.
Yeah. The true history of this thing is it's not so nice. They weren't so nice. Had his jaw ripped off.
I think the Mormons recognize California for a much greater lineage to their lineage when the Abbey of New Clairvaux, which was, I think, is either the first Masonic site or the first free or Mormon site in California. Today sits an ancient. Today sits the monks, the Cistercian monks, like the drunk monk from Robin Hood or Friar Tuck. Those monks, the Cistercian monks, they moved. They're the folks who created the Templars. They moved this this abbey from Spain from the 13th century.
Oh, wow. To California.
One of the original sites there in California.
Whoa.
Yeah.
That's interesting.
There's certain areas of California that seem to be parts of Spain.
That was built by the Templars?
Yeah, and it was erected in Spain and moved over to California about 25 years ago. I think it was finally completed about 10 years ago.
I wonder where the original site was. They might have taken the building, but I wonder if there's underground caverns in Spain in the original site.
This is the original site right here, Santa Maria de Avila.
Oh, there's some underground tunnels, you know it.
Well, it started with William Randolph Hearst started moving it, but I think he moved it over to portions of it to Golden Gate, but then these monks finished the rest of it. So it's a greater effort than just the monks.
Wow.
But if you ever go to Chico, California,
and put back together.
Yes, sir. But if you ever go to Chico, California, you can go check that out. It's just north of town. And you can also get some of the beer from the monks there. They brew it with Sierra Nevada. They're in Chico.
No thanks. I'm out.
You don't want some French Trappist beer?
I don't want no monk's feet squashing this party that's making.
Well, I don't know if they do monk feet style, dude. They might though.
No, I'm just teasing. I'm not. Quentin Tarantino might be though. But They have their little wine press, where the whole town gets together and stomps these grapes over in Italy. No, thank you.
Trying to find that thing where it was mentioned Cincinnati.
I don't want no monk's feet stomping my beer. But I'm sure it's tasty beer. Yeah. But I don't want none.
What are you looking for? What's going on? I was
thinking about the Scottish Rite and Neighboreth and. Okay, so in the article it was saying that who wrote? I can't remember the writer of the article, but it was in Cooper's newspaper. The guy was saying that the Knights of the Golden Circle turned into the Ku Klux Klan.
I've heard those tales, those bedtime tales before, sir. Sure.
Yeah, where is it?
That's a very Cincinnati-related tale, from my understanding.
Sounds like it.
Yeah.
Well, I believe that if not officially established, the discussions took place in a meeting to establish the Knights of the Golden Circle in Cincinnati.
What is the name Washington? JJ,
that's like
what is the name
where did they decide to drop the atomic bomb
mean to you?
What was that, sir?
What does the name Washington Arlon Bartlett mean to you? Is this guy Cincinnati?
Bartlett? No, it doesn't sound familiar.
Bartlett. B-A-R-T-L-E-T-T.
Oh, yeah, that sounds Cincinnati. Bartlett. Is that his name? Was that his real name? Because it looks like he's a Jewish fella. And that's I believe Bartlett's Welsh name. Let's do a search. Oh wait, nope. Anglo-Norman. Okay, so it is the same. So there's definitely some members with that name in it, but this guy looks like he's we talking about the same dude here, the first governor of
San Francisco,
16th governor of California. I'm sorry.
No, he was the first mayor, the accolade of San Francisco, in office from August 22nd, 1846 to February 22nd, 1847.
Somehow it gave me somebody named Washington Montgomery Bartlett, out of the only Jewish governor of California.
Yeah, this is Washington Allon, Allon Bartlett. American politician.
Yes. Like he's got a hell of a beard and mustache.
Yeah, he's kind of got the Lemmy beard and mustache going.
It says here that he may be descended from the Josiah Bartlett. Okay, that's the Bartletts I'm familiar with, the signatory of the Declaration of Independence. They're a Anglo-Norman, not Welsh-Norman name, but yeah, same ancestries. I'll have to look more into him. I don't know if he's actually related to him or not. The Wikipedia seems to implicate the two relations, but Bartlett is definitely a society name and a founder's name, Josiah Bartlett.
Okay, so the reason I'm asking, this guy was he was basically the mayor of San Francisco before San Francisco was like a unified area.
Right, and he was a surveyor too, huh? I wonder what kind of mound maps he was doing.
Yeah, he was a surveyor, but this is interesting. He was appointed by the military government during the Mexican-American War and serving from August 14th, 1846 to January 31st, 1847. So he was a naval officer and a surveyor. Let's see, succeeded by Edwin Bryant. Let's see, look into him later. Let's see, he died in Brooklyn, New York. That's interesting. Born 1816, doesn't say where. He was in the United States Navy from 1833 to 1855, and then once again in 1861.
He's got strong indicators with that military service there being a society member. Because it is a military junta. No one wants to call it that, right? Regardless of the outcome, it is the fundamental aspect of it is a military junta.
Bartlett was involved in the Donner Party tragedy upon news being received at Yerba Buena of the disaster. Bartlett collected clothing and provisions to relieve the survivors. For a period of a month in December 1846, he was taken prisoner on December 8th, 1846 by an irregular body of Californians while on provisioning expedition.
Oh, there you go.
Taken prisoner.
So apparently, he was there overseeing 240 Mormon settlers that came and doubled the town's population overnight, it says.
Right.
That's an interesting thing to dive further into for sure.
Sounds like an interesting aspect they might have ignored in the historical record there a little bit.
Well, I mean, we see the gold rush coming in right after this. This is a lot of the, I would argue, a lot of the international influence, if you will, the raping of the resources.
American history, it's an important part they teach everyone. The gold rush. That's how we went to California. Everybody wanted to use the gold.
That's how Donald Trump's grandfather got here. He was on the Yukon, and he was on the tail end of the gold rush in California.
So it comes into this story.
Well, this is weird. Okay. So I found that article about the Knights of the Golden Circle and Albert Pike and stuff. And
Albert Pike, the Society of Cincinnati member. Okay.
Yeah, the Knights of the Golden Circle first appeared in Cincinnati under supervision of the Scottish Rites Midwest organizer Killian von Rensselaer.
Oh, yeah, that's the New York chapter. Van Rensselaer.
A long-time underground military operative for British and
cousin of North America.
So Cincinnati was the northern capital of pro-slavery, Masonic terrorist underground. From there, the Knights spread throughout Ohio, Illinois, Indiana, Mississippi, the Gulf, south to Maryland, Virginia, blah, blah. This part's really interesting. It says the Golden Circle was to be a new slave empire centered in Cuba.
What's this reference from, Clint?
This is from Cooper's Magazine.
Gotcha.
Cuba, huh?
Yeah, that's Well, so how was I going to say? Well, it's ironic that they're communists. But okay, so relevance about the Knights of the Gold Circle being the KKK. They both had the same invisible empire, and that their invisible empire was quite extensive. It seemed. I mean, it's
what was their what was their invisible empire like? What's the scope and size of this empire?
Well, it's invisible.
Like,
you
think of like
see the scope or the size.
Just like a fruit of their an evil dark fruit of their invisible empire was the is it raining out? Was the was the what do they call that? Those laws that were like racist in the South?
I wish it's raining.
Something laws or something.
Uncle Tom?
Oh, I can't think of what it's called. The
there's no sleeping down in Uncle Tom's cabin. Oh yeah.
Laws. Yeah, it's like
what is Jim Crow laws?
Yeah, so like the KKK, their invisible empire, Jim Crow laws, all sorts of stuff. But it seemed like, and their involvement with the B'nai B'rith, and then it's just so ironic how fast forward 100 years after, or I don't know what year B'nai B'rith started, but in California,
let's go with the year 0.
1888.
ADL and B'nai B'rith members were caught red-handed painting swastikas and KKK stuff, and it's like, well, what the hell's going on? Like, why are they?
Yeah.
Well, this is back in like the 80s, I think.
That's recently.
No, I think it's the 90s.
They're old.
But like, it's like they're. It's like in this article, whoever wrote the article.
Like the Southern Poverty Law Center pretending that there's racist organizations everywhere, so give us tons of money so we can tell the FBI who to target.
Same old Muppetry.
Yeah, and convince them that there's Nazis everywhere.
Well, it's like they bring up a whole bunch of people in this article, but he brings up how that the Nazis allowed B'nai B'rith in Germany. When B'nai B'rith is tight with the KKK. And that
you mean B'nai B'rith helped the Nazis, or the Nazis allowed the B'nai B'rith to hang around?
Yeah, in
when
Germany.
the Nazis got rid of all the other secret societies, they allowed the B'nai B'rith to hang around.
Well, then
we don't have to, but I'm real quick, gents. We don't have to do name calling. So that's a productive statement. Thank you. I appreciate that.
What is that?
I forgot about this. Is what sent Samuel Untermeyer up to New York. You know, the Untermeyer Parks on the same situation. General Order number 11. Expulsion of all Jewish people from his military district. You were saying about B'nai B'rith, sir, this modern iteration of British Judaism, Zionism?
Well, it's basically like British Israelism. It's they had a phrase in here. It was like a thing of Egypt of where's that?
Dude, not
it's hard to explain. It's I did a couple screenshots.
It is hard to explain.
Well, I mean, like I don't want to go through this whole article because it's so intense, but like he believed the writer of the article believed that the racism of the B'nai B'rith and the KKK and the British Israelists was the same hand-in-hand bullshit as the Nazis, and that that it was all part of one movement, and that that it was a vast conspiracy, and that it's
right. So, how big was this conspiracy back then, as far as this invisible empire, though?
Well, I mean, I told you that story about how my old lady, she was back before I ever met her, when she was in high school or whatever. Like, she said she was canoeing, and that her and her friend were canoeing, and they seen one of their teachers that was a raging leftist, and but he was wearing a KKK uniform in his backyard, and the river they were canoeing on just happened to go near that guy's house, and that they seen him like in his
He's singing out
KKK
loud
uniform,
about
running
having
at height.
lunch in his
So you didn't want anybody
KKK
to see him.
uniform.
Like
Springtime for Hitler.
For Hitler.
In
Well, it's like,
Germany.
let's get some of that in there.
Well, it's like my friend's dad had a story before he passed away.
In Massachusetts.
He said they were smoking a bunch of weed in a car about 20 miles from here back in the 90s, and that they seen a whole mess of KKK people marching with torches in the middle of the woods, and they said that they marched right around their car and just kept marching. They said every one of them
come down from the mountains with torches.
They said nobody in the whole group even looked at him in the car once. They all just walked around him, walked right at him and stuff, and just fucking there's some freaky shit. I mean, because
now
that would
they
freak
call
me
their
out
leader.
too, I'd be out of there. I wouldn't even want to be anywhere around that.
Well, it's like they're using what is that word? Kliklos or something. It's Greek for
so close, too close.
It's Greek for something. I can't remember what it was.
Circle.
But they're also using a word that's German, which is Klugel or something, which means cone.
Klugenschnagel.
I think that the KKK is connected directly with the Nazis and the fucking a whole bunch of other shit, which is basically all just
they certainly seem to be funded by the same internationalist interests, right?
Yeah, it's a
same internationalist interests that
conspiracy.
seem to want to make Utah some sort of. What are we looking at here, sir? What is this?
This is the Centricom network map. Centricom is the communication company started by Spencer Cox's grandfather.
Probably that's probably the Cox internet system that everybody has to buy Cox if you live here and get
in
internet.
1903,
anywhere.
Roy B. Cox starts a telephone company, Centricom. While I'm sure there is plenty to dig into there, we're fast forwarding to 1995. Centricom was the first ISP to provide the service in the state.
That guy's got an honest face.
Centricom announced installing Utah's first 100 gigabyte metro backbone network on May 21st, 2015. 100 gigs. This seems like a lot of data capabilities. Sounds like more when you realize that this is for one company. Looking at the coverage map, when you look at the coverage map, the entire state is absolutely wired up for everything.
For sound, wired for sound, man.
Well, it's not just sound. This is
but by sound I mean everything. It's vibration, it's X-ray.
Yeah, so what is this fourth industrial revolution?
The fourth industrial revolution is the world order.
Yeah, so why do you think Utah got selected?
I
don't know. They could get away with it would be my guess. My hypothetical guess, they knew that they would be down with it. They'd let them get away with it.
I have absolutely no idea why.
If the government come to Utah or Mormons and said, "Will you do this for your country?" Mormons would go, "Yes, sir." I mean, that's Utah. That's Mormons. They love her. Most Mormons are, very patriotic, love the United States. That's why they recruit from there.
Well, like I said, I can't.
That's why
I can't say why this happened. What I can just tell you is what is happening, and what is happening is that we are the
testing grounds.
Well,
we are the chosen ones.
We are the very first
we are the
state
world.
to introduce the New World Order.
So when do you think that started, though? I guess is my question. Like, when do you think the epicenter? Like, when do you think was it? Because didn't the IRS? What year?
1995.
I'm wondering why that's such a boring place to become the epicenter of the world.
Because we see was that when they made the decision about the Olympics in Salt Lake?
No. What happened was that this was when hold on. had something pop up on my screen.
I don't know if it was you or Heidi or both of y'all. Maybe we all were having discussions about the Federal Reserve and an agreement with the Mormon Church years ago.
No, that was you and Heidi.
Okay.
Learned some very interesting stuff from Heidi.
One of the Mormon presidents of the past here, I have to look, made some strange agreement and I think it was with the Federal Reserve and the IRS, because the IRS has a major operations center out of, I think, Sandy, Utah, which is right there in the greater Salt Lake complex.
It's southern Utah, or
Sandy
southern Salt Lake.
Yeah, southern Salt. Yeah.
It's on the south end.
So,
I've never been there. I just know that the IRS is an major operation.
You better get there. You haven't lived till you've been to Salt Lake City. The Beach Boys made a song called Salt Lake City.
The IRS local headquarters in Sandy.
So you've been to Salt Lake City? Well, then you know how cool it is.
I don't remember seeing Sandy though, but maybe I did.
It's on the south side, where the Crips live. The Mormon Crips.
Come on, there ain't no gang activity in southern.
There's gang activity.
Yeah,
you know why you know why there's gang activity? Because the Mormons the Mormons brought the Tongans in the 70s, and then guess who else was coming here in the 70s? The gangs from Los Angeles were coming
too. They are,
and so as the Mormons were bringing the Samoans.
They're known for their the South Pacific gangs are known for their violence just as much as the Central America.
Yeah.
As the Mormons were bringing the Samoans from the islands,
full of them.
Yeah, so it was in 1918. They opened up the Federal Reserve branch of San Francisco, Bank of San Francisco, Salt Lake City branch. So I think you're right. I think it was Heidi that was telling me this was a major epicenter within Mormon financial obligations in the U.S. government type of situations.
Yeah, that would
pretty
have been
important.
Heidi.
Yeah.
I don't tend to focus on a whole lot of LDS stuff.
I did a long time ago. I had some.
Oh, that's
Christian
it. They bought their building from the church too. Oh shit. Okay.
It's like they practice soul science, ritual magic. Anybody who reads a magician book can see what ceremonial magic is, and that what they do in their ceremonies is ceremonial magic. And that the same type of magic.
The Mormons' official statement, sir, is they came from the same place, Solomon's Temple. That's the reason why the Mormons and the Freemasons have similar rituals. That's their official position.
Yeah, it's all got a backbone of Kabbalism. It's all ancient
I think you're right on that,
Babylonian religion. It's complex.
They share very similar, rituals. Very similar rituals at the core.
Yeah.
Holy shit!
They're all part of the Abrahamic
faith. Is that Karl Marx, dude? We got some.
Oh, that's
flat
scary.
Earth maps. What we got here?
Yeah, I sent it in the private chat.
Oh, okay.
Oh yeah, that whole rainbow circle thing is all part of the UN, and they're
big on the rainbows.
They're greater initiatives.
Yeah, the world government, the New Age religion, it's huge. The new capitalism, they say, which is just going to be communism.
Yeah, and this is all happening here in Utah.
Jesus.
This is the ground floor of the New World Order, which is why I tell everyone pay attention to what's happening in Utah. So,
well, that's spooky.
We're building a 15-minute city currently. It's called Utah City, actually.
Oh, that's not a very creative name.
What may I ask?
Yeah, very. What,
Jacob? Where is
Utah?
The Utah City. It's actually. Utah City is actually on the site of the old state prison.
Weird.
Oh shit! Down there in the south, that big Tartaria building.
At the end of the city, at the edge of the city, at the point of the mountain.
That's a mental institution.
Yeah, there's a prison that used to be at the point of a mountain where the highway if you're going down from Salt Lake to Provo,
yep,
the very edge of the highway sits on the edge of a mountain called the Point of the Mountain, and there's a prison down in there for years and years and years.
Weird.
They finally scrapped that old prison, probably has bad juju on it.
Yeah, it's probably haunted.
These are not UN city initiatives. This is something entirely different. This is something entirely different with the UN.
So they're gonna scrap that old place of misery and hell.
Is this all part of Agenda 2030? Because it looks like that's what this started as. In 2013, the Utah State Legislature went to work crafting a resolution rejecting the United Nations.
We can make
Agenda
so much
21.
money. We can make so much money if we do this.
Well, that's interesting, though.
That's definitely part of it. But I mean, Agenda 30 has turned into Agenda 31, Agenda 32, Agenda 33.
Yeah.
Well, I think it's in part because states push back, right?
Mm-hmm. Well, sort of.
And then if they change the date, they can keep it on the table, but they just change the date. See, that always keeps it in the public mind that we're moving towards their goal.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I remember hearing about Agenda 21, probably like 2014, maybe 2015, and thinking like, oh, this is some wild shit. But by like 2017, they already pushed it, or 2018, maybe they already pushed it back. So we're on that cusp of right now of whether or not this next one's going to get pushed back for a lot of
this is like Groundhog Day. These things have been going on for 30, 50 years. They talk about the Club of Rome. Go back to these books. John Coleman, the Committee of 500. Their goal.
Was it
300, 500, 600, 700. It's the same story over and over.
Yeah.
This giant world organization group has its goal, the Committee of 300, 500 of this date. They don't get it on that date, but they keep pushing forward towards that goal.
The biggest difference is that they're actually pushing it through this time.
But no, you're seeing it. It's becoming clearer and clearer and clearer the closer we get to these psychos' dreams.
Yeah.
The stuff that's spooky is the edge is being blunted on how horrifying the technology and the surveillance capability and the capability of like a giant police state is becoming.
Right.
They've softened the edge.
That's what I'm getting at is like we're on that cusp of whether or not they're going to pull back on the plans or ramp them up. It sounds like by the looks of things,
they're ramping them up. I mean, like I said, we're building the first 15-minute city right now, and like
we're not messing around.
Yeah, it's all these data centers getting jammed down folks' face holes too.
Exactly. This is what I'm talking about.
I love how they're being forced to argue, though.
What's happening here? I'm not fucking around with that.
Jacob,
you guys want to know what's going to happen in the world?
They're being forced to argue.
This is what's happening, and it's happening here in Utah. Now, what's the scariest part of all of this is that multiple states have already signed up to do the exact same thing that Utah's doing as soon as they get the thumbs up. So as soon as the UN gives them the thumbs up to do it, they're doing it. So if you want to know what's going to happen in all 50 states, this is exactly what's happening, and it's what's happening here in Utah right now.
Jacob J., I love how they're being forced to argue for dead data centers when they've been telling us how precious water is.
Right.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, our governor literally told us to pray and fast for water because like we're on the verge of like a national catastrophe. But yet
these data centers can't have enough water,
data center down our
whole world could end. Can you imagine the sickness? I told my wife, I'll bet the water has to be filtered too and distilled. It can't be no runoff from farms.
No,
it's going to have to be the purest, cleanest, coldest water. And then you'll get recycled sanitation water from the sewers to drink.
And you'll like it, sir.
And Phoenix is already starting this next year. Your local water is going to come from sanitation fucking facilities because of the drought.
What's going to happen?
They're announcing
aquifer water. So what they're going to do is they're going to pull the water out of the aquifer, out of the ground, and they're going to pump it into this closed system, which is not actually closed. And then once they cool down all the computers, they're going to pump it right back down into the ground, and it's going to fuck up everything.
And then you'll get to drink it. They can put their magic spell
drink
in
it. We'll get a shower in it. We'll get to do everything.
They'll have witches
say,
pray
it's
over
also the showering, right?
Because
black magic spells.
Well, you definitely absorb a lot of water just in like, through your skin. So, you don't want to be showering, bathing that shit.
You've seen the videos of people putting intention into ice cubes, changing the molecular structure with their intent.
No.
Yeah. The AI could be doing it.
Wait,
they got you drinking the water.
You've seen the experiments of playing heavy metal music as opposed to classical music in a room full of plants?
Yeah, or sand or something.
Plants die. They're like, I can't take any more D. Schneider. But if you put on some Beethoven, they thrive. Oh. That's what they're doing here.
What's this Utah Cities thing again? I was looking that up. Utah City, United Nations. What's it called?
Yeah, hold on. I'm pulling something up for you.
All I get is something called Laverkin, Utah, that takes on the United Nations, and the SPLC doesn't like that.
No. Here, let me send it to you. Let me send it.
You want to drive through there quick.
Here you go. It's from the World Economic Forum.
This is with all the the machinations we've seen out of the SPLC. This is back from 2001, talking shit about this town, Utah, passing a resolution as a United Nations free zone.
10 people show up and take on the United Nations. Yeah.
Of course, they were trying to talk shit about it, but
the town of Laverkin has 3,000 residents or something. I mean,
oh, you know that town?
No, I do know that town. I'm not from there, but drove through lots of towns. Laverkin's very small, man. If there was protesters, there was 10.
Oh, we're weffing it.
Maybe 20.
The point, huh? So, who in the state authorized this construction? Is kind of what I'm getting at.
Governor Cox.
They had their eyes on that.
But it goes all the way down to the local level, right? With
Governor Cox.
The city grew.
It's Governor Cox and the Utah County Commission
became too valuable to have dirty, disgusting criminals on it.
Well, right, but intervention. My point here is, we always complain about globalist and international interests, but I get Governor Cox, but somebody in the local level is signing zoning documents.
And the Utah County Commission,
Definitely.
like I said, Governor Cox and the Utah County Commission. I made a whole thread about it.
A giant mall there, some kind of shopping facility can make so much more money.
That's the point I'm getting to.
That's as far as you're getting down is the county commissions.
It's like an episode of that.
That's my point, though. That's my point. These are the locally elected officials.
Yeah,
it's like that movie Fletch. Exactly.
Yes, I know they're involved in this. This is what I've been trying to expose for years now.
I'm not preaching to the choir, so I'm making the point is
when I ran for office, I tried to talk about this. Nobody gave a shit.
Well, that's also my point is no one gives a shit because they don't understand a lot of these things. Generally speaking, we're not folks aren't taught about zoning regulations.
Trust me. People understand this a lot better than people want to give them credit for. They just don't give a shit.
Well, I'm talking about zoning regulations. Yeah. Most people don't understand zoning regulations. They don't understand that a building gets built in their community and somebody and their elected officials or administration are signing documents to authorize that construction.
Yeah, but that's not really the issue. Like I said,
it's one way to assault that issue.
They understand what's happening. They understand what
they're part of the plan
is. They understand the implications of what that means once it's implicated.
Well, who's they?
People want this. People want it.
You're saying locals in Utah are into that?
Yes. People want to be locked down like this, dude.
Makes them feel better, safer.
I don't know. Like some people, I mean,
Jacques Valley's dream.
Successful on a wide scale, then.
Yeah, I mean, I mean, there's a lot of people that don't want it, but the problem is there's enough people that want it that it's going through. But whether the people want it or not, it doesn't matter. It's happening. There's no way to stop it. So,
well, I don't know. There's no way
to stop it. Bring attention to it. Like it's
it's like a Bruce Willis 12 Monkeys scenario.
Well, they try to build it up in these communities. There'll be a tipping point, right? Because again, the folks that are signing off on it live in that community. But eventually that's going to become a problem.
That community is going to just be ingrained.
Maybe it's not that specific community, but a community.
They're going to move on.
But this is rules for me and not for thee. So a lot of these people won't live in these communities. A lot of these people will continue to live in gated communities that are exempt from a lot of the rules that are going to be pushed on the 15-minute cities.
Definitely.
Right, but what I'm saying is eventually, this happened in West Virginia, so I'll use that as an example. Eventually, there becomes a tipping point when the unions start completely ass blasting their employees and applying that same model to across various coal camps and cities and towns in Appalachia. Well, they found themselves the Battle of Blair Mountain, the largest civil uprising outside of the Civil War.
Yeah, it's not going to happen here. It won't happen here.
Well, maybe not in Utah, but I'm saying when they start applying the same process like they did there, they were successful in Pennsylvania. That shit don't fly in Logan County, and
it's going to happen.
Southwest West Virginia,
unless, well, I don't want to get the stream taken down.
Well, history repeats itself.
Unless some people meet some, a short stop and a short drop and a sudden stop, it's going to happen. Because
just what we didn't want to do, get the local Utah Illuminati on our.
Well, that's what happened in West Virginia, though. Is what I'm saying eventually they realized the folks signing off on it lived in their community, and they're like, "Oh, we'll just take these." But
they don't live in the community anymore, and also this is a whole different monster, JJ.
They do.
No, they don't.
Whoever signed the county,
the people that were in Utah in the Utah County Commission live in gated communities. They don't live in the 15-minute cities. They don't.
Well, it's not about when I say community, they live in that county. They live in the area in which these people must interact with.
No, they don't, dude.
They have to.
No, you don't. No, you don't.
You don't have to live in the county to be a county commissioner?
No, you don't. No, you don't. How if that's the case, then how is Mitt Romney able to run for anything for Utah? He's never lived here.
Because he established residency there first. And then he put on a pair of jeans and bought an old S10 pickup.
Right.
Ford F-150 and drove around.
And he loves the Book of Mormon, yeah.
I mean, dude, here's the big issue, okay? Back then, they didn't have the brainwashing, okay? Now, in fact, I'll pull this up. Give me just one sec. They did a whole study on how to overthrow the entire culture of Utah, okay? To implement this.
Who did a study? Who did a study?
It was the Naval Intelligence.
Okay.
That's a weird organization.
Naval Intelligence came in, and this is what I said back in 1995. They started studying how to overthrow Utah to be able to come in and introduce the New World Order.
Sure, well, I don't doubt that. Yeah.
And what they've done, what this
19 what did you say a date? Did you say a date?
What?
Did you say a date? I'm sorry. Pardon me.
They started examining this in 1995.
95. Okay, thank you.
So when they started pushing through all of this, everything that has happened in the report has already happened. This is how they're able to get so far, because they've turned this into a legitimate science about how to overthrow entire cultures.
Yeah, I believe you.
They've changed the culture of Utah entirely.
Those
Utah used to be a hardcore rebellion state, dude. Like, we had a governor, J. Lee Bracken, who told the federal government to go fuck themselves, that they weren't going to come in here and take federal income tax from him. That was
there you go. Yeah, so very resistant. Yeah, resistant.
Right.
You also had,
Utah anymore. It's just not.
Times change. You had the other prophet of the church that was against communism. That I can't remember the name.
There was there were several speeches given at General Conference.
He was a Secretary of Energy, or whoever this Mormon prophet was, Spencer Kimball. I don't remember who it was.
W. Kimball.
But he gave proclamations against the communists.
Right here. There you go.
One of the prophets of the Mormon Church is on the back of the book. They call it Conspiracy, which is one of the big first global one world government books I ever read.
Here's the report.
Which prophet was that?
Introduce the surveillance state.
Who's this?
I sent both of those in the private chat.
Yeah, I just opened it up.
What's his name? Or the name?
Oh, Naval Postgraduate School, huh? Okay.
I'm highly interested in that study or test or experiment you said you were talking about.
Robert,
how to overthrow the United States. Let's use
Go
Utah.
read through this. This is some intense shit, dude. And here's the thing: is everything that in this has happened is the thing. Everything has happened.
So you're saying this came to fruition?
Did it have a page number of pages on this thing?
In theory, this could happen. No, this is happening. Like, they're still doing it.
University of Utah. Oh, he's the commissioner of public safety. Okay.
95. Interesting.
Why is the commissioner of public safety for Utah going to the Naval Postgraduate School?
Public safety is known as law enforcement. There, they call their police buildings.
Yeah,
oh, no, I get that's what I'm getting at. Why is the head of the state police going to the Navy Postgraduate School in Monterey Bay? That's a spook center.
Yeah. Downtown Salt Lake has all these police organizations and different agencies.
Like I said, man, this state is a spook state.
That's where Lee Harvey Oswald famously went and learned Russian.
See, I don't know why this has happened. Like, I don't know why Utah is the place that they chose, but it is.
Yeah, that's weird, dude. I want to know more about this Muppet. Robert Flowers, huh? Well, so at what point? So the way I was looking at politics in Utah is whatever way the prophet or president of the church is saying, folks vote in that capacity, right? Is that an accurate description?
No.
They can sway.
Yeah.
Well, they used
Governor
to.
Cox was anti-vaccine, but the church was pro-vaccine.
Back in the day, though, whatever the church's position, they could sway the vote. They could sway, how things would go. They own the second largest newspaper, the Deseret. They own the second largest newspaper, the Deseret News. News.
They also own
the Salt Lake Tribune.
But so as somebody who actually lives here, they don't always have the power to sway.
Which I do and did.
I mean, they don't always have the power to sway things. They just don't. Now, back in the day, they had a lot more power to sway things back then. But since the transplants have been coming in over the last 40, 50 years, they lose power. So
no, they don't lose power.
Here's the thing.
The church has changed its position.
The votes.
They don't lose power. The church has changed its position on all these matters.
Right, but it doesn't matter. They don't have to change. They don't have to swing the votes.
Well, you gotta understand, Todd lived there for like 40, 50 years.
Well, Jacob lives there too. So we're kind of both kindred souls in that sense. But all I'm saying is
settled towns north of here. So I mean, my family goes way back. But the thing is,
right. Not arguing who lived there more. He's not saying anything like that. But I'm from Utah, Jacob. We talked about this already. But I think the church's position has changed. So, see, they're for same-sex marriage. It's not a taboo anymore. They're for black people coming into the priesthood. They're for whatever the next big move is that the government tells them to do, that you got to do now.
I disagree.
Yeah, it seems like they're a psyop. The first government psyop, the Mormons.
I'm not saying
actually the other way.
I'm not saying I prove this. I'm just saying it's a.
I didn't say you did. What I'm saying is I just disagree. I just fundamentally disagree.
And I ain't saying the Mormons are good or bad. Mormons are some best people you ever meet as far as people go.
Hey, he's bad mouthing the Mormons around here, dude. I was about to say, this whole paper reads like the NSA Center. Thank you. That's exactly what I was thinking when I was reading this thing here. This sounds like justification for the NSA data center they already built there.
The other JJ, not the other JJ.
But it's a Homeland Security vision, though. It's the weird part.
Yeah, this isn't.
So it's like Homeland Security wants their own situation like NSA does.
Why do I pick on Utah? Why did I pick on the Mormons? They did the atomic bomb test there. Let them get away with that shit. People getting radiated for years and years.
In Nevada?
The Mormons in Nevada, Kanab, the Process Church set up movie studios down in Kanab. The Mormons, what else Mormons do that's kind of suspicious?
Well,
lots of stuff.
Well, they run the CIA.
I mean, I'm not saying they're bad. They're not bad. They're great people on average. Mormons are the best people you ever meet.
No, I still don't trust the.
I don't know if this guy's Mormon, but he was a great guy to meet in San Francisco back when it started, dude. Emperor Norton. He was the emperor of North America and Mexico. Not sure if you knew that.
I've heard of that guy.
Of Mexico.
Heard that guy.
Yeah, he made his own currency there, dude.
Made his own currency.
Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah, I think I don't even know if he was ever in the Civil War. He just ran around in a Civil War uniform.
People kind of just paid. That guy's pretty. They kind of act like they believed in what he was saying. Around him.
They accepted him, dude. They accepted his delusions for sure.
They let him carry on with his delusional.
Yeah, he'd walk around town looking like that, dude.
So
they'd accept his money, dude. Everything. He had 10,000 plus people there at his funeral. This was his dollar bill.
Yeah,
with that.
Issued his own currency.
He's apparently quite a character. Quite a character.
There's people that are showing up at airports, and they have identification from countries that there's no known origin for. They have all these papers and passports and maps, and then they disappear. You heard these stories?
Was it leprechauns, dude? If it's leprechauns, I want nothing
to do
with it.
Could have been.
It's leprechaun. This is leprechaun related activity. I'm out.
I think it's
psyops.
psyops.
Video cases could be psyops. Could be
Chinese
psyops.
psyops.
I read a meme earlier. Putin must sit back and revel at the psychological warfare the left's producing in the United States. Some meme I read earlier. The psychological warfare. I forget what it was called. It was the meme itself was Putin must revel at the left's propaganda in the United States. Go, wow. The left is better than communists ever could be at trying to take over your country.
The left is communist.
Exactly.
Well, then who's the DHS? Because these sons of bitches, dude, they're an organization that are in our modern era have been invented. This is post 9/11, and the folks who invented it are very questionable.
Well, they're probably under the governor of the fund of the International Monetary Fund.
Well, but here's the deal. So whenever I start looking at things like this, and I try to find examples of like such activity. So here's a weird one that sticks out to like the anomalies, not whatever the norm is. I look for the whatever sticks out as an anomaly. So we see an incident like Edward Wayne Edwards, the serial killer you may have never heard of, and a CIA chaos agent under the name of Dr. James Garfield Langley, because they're not those Muppets that Langley aren't.
That's also known as, or.
Yeah, he was arrested for murdering folks under that name numerous times, sir.
Got himself on the FBI most wanted list
under that name.
Has an AKA. What's that name again? AKAs. What's that
Dr.
one you
James
just said again?
Garfield Langley. He had certificates saying he was a doctor in psychiatry.
Oh, weird, man.
Well, we look at him, and when the only reason a lot of that investigation was ever done was due to a retired Great Falls, Montana police detective named John Cameron. And he was working at the Montana State Prison System as their investigator for the parole board when he received a law enforcement only memorandum from the Department of Homeland Security with a list of cities and dates saying, look, in these areas, to see if you have any unsolved crime, any unsolved murders fitting this description. That description was Lover's Lane murders, kind of Zodiac style, if you will.
Yeah.
And that's exactly what Edwin Edwards would later get busted.
What year are these murders, JJ, may I ask, occurring right
from
there?
1955 until 2009.
Wow, that's a long span.
Yeah. And then why is the FBI not sending out the memorandum? Why is Department of Homeland Security sending it out? See what I'm saying? I think we look at these things as overarching, like monolithical fucking organizations, everyone's in lockstep. I assure you that's not the case from my experience in federal law enforcement. And I've worked with all of these agencies, the FBI Muppets, the Secret Service, half Muppets. I kind of have some respect for some of those guys. The U.S. Marshals, those guys were cool. But none of these organizations, even with internally, they don't operate in lockstep. And I do think when we see something like Edwin Edwards, the CIA chaos agent, satanic serial killer dude out there, and the only people that want to open up his files are the DHS. And I don't know if that's specifically uniquely like a warfare situation between these unintelligence agencies, or they just were legitimately trying to do their job. It's tough to tell, but I don't think DHS in and of itself operates in one. Well,
DHS did a lot of weird stuff over the years. I mean,
since their inception.
Yeah.
What I'm frightened of is hypothetically there's an organization or level of the government that sits above all these things and is involved in total evil activity, and it allows these other groups to form and exist but never get close to them.
It's called the Meadows. Colonel Sanders runs it.
I don't know. I'm spooked there's one of those things going.
I don't disagree with you, sir.
Every town probably has its own Twin Peaks situation where they allow these groups to do whatever they want. Flourish. There you go. Not do whatever they want. Flourish. Good God. Why would you let them
I think a study of like the Delphi murders kind of exhibits what you're describing
hide
there,
your
right?
own criminal activities. If you got a bunch of random chaotic stuff that's going on, you could hide anything.
Oh, I've seen that on all levels of fraud in Ohio, dude, in various levels, in all levels of government. But the Delphi murder seems to indicate, the more I study that the whole town, not maybe every member of the town, but there is a large contingent of the town that's involved in a cult.
Well, that's interesting.
And a cult's one thing, cult murders, cult crime, cult drug activity. I mean, when you say a cult means secret, hidden, right?
I mean, a cult of human sacrifice kind of nature.
Oh, a cult. Like they're all members of a cult.
Yeah.
Well, here's an example. So, and again, is it always the Freemasons? I mean, I think these certain folks who are into hood rat shit use the secrecy that's baked into Freemasonry or any other secret society for that matter to hide their hood rat shit. So
further compartmentalization.
Great way and place to hide it, definitely.
That's a good useful tool in doing hood rat shit for sure. So in the Delphi case, we see the chief Odinist cult suspect, who's a suspect in a human sacrifice as per the FBI task force. We see that individual is the Tyler at the local Freemasonic Lodge, where the prosecutor for the case is a lay member of that same Masonic Lodge. So when the FBI task force detectives are ordered off the case by the state police of Indiana, the commander of the state police are ordered off the case, they then deliver their file and their work to the local prosecutor in the Delphi case, right? Well, sitting there in his office, this is as per the testimony of the detective from the task force, when he walked in there to deliver that file, the chief Odinist suspect whom he was investigating was already sitting in the prosecutor's office.
Yeah.
I would say that is a Masonic relationship that has deeper cult connectivity to the
town. And he was smiling at him as he came in.
Like that scene from American Made with Tom Cruise. He's like, "You're going to get a phone call about 5 minutes. You're going to let me walk out of here."
Definitely. Yeah, pretty much.
So again, that's just, I think a lot of these organizations get utilized at various times by various factions to accomplish these goals. But is everyone in that Masonic lodge familiar with the Delphi murders? I doubt it.
You said the Tyler of the lodge was the murderer?
Yeah.
So the Tyler's supposed to protect the lodge from outsiders. The Tyler's a symbol of the setting sun that bears the blazing sword, which is, some say, goes back to the Middle Eastern, that wavy dagger that they carry. The what is that called?
Oh, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah. And that those were the same types of daggers carried by the Royal Order of the Assassins.
Yeah, okay.
Tyler's also a name for somebody that sets tiles, like in Masonic, that sets stone and works with.
Is that the origin of it?
Buildings.
Maybe.
I bet it is.
Is it the tiles? That's the origin of the Tyler?
It's spelled.
T-Y-L-E-R.
It's spelled T-Y-L-E-R-E, but
well, it looks like it's spelled both ways according to Wikipedia, the
T-I-L-E.
source of all information on the interwebs.
But it's connected definitely. Whenever
They're
you see
basically the
32,
security, right?
Yeah.
Hey, does anyone know the GDP of California?
Oh, dude, they're in the top 10 of the world. They're definitely in the top 10 of the world. They're probably in the top 5. Strangely enough, I think CIA.gov does GDPs.
I'm still trying to determine how much influence the LDS Church has on California.
Well, I think we've already started that path with the other Bartlett fellow you identified, who's a member of the Society of Cincinnati. And again, it's not so much exclusively the Mormon Church itself. I think it's more so their interactions within the power structure of America and the Society of Cincinnati.
I understand how to do research. But this is a data point that I got to take into consideration.
Well, sure.
Are you trying to laugh at me and tell me that I can't determine the actual influence that a organization actually has on the government of a particular area?
No.
Come on.
No,
man.
I was laughing at the Bartlett fellow you found because I had never heard of that guy, sir. That's all I was laughing at. But
right, no, but that's
of course
that's
not.
what
We
I'm
actually
saying.
respect your opinion, research, and everything you have to say about all these matters.
I'm incredibly curious, and when I'm determined to find something out, that's exactly what I'm doing. Now, I have found out that the percentage of LDS members in California is 1.92% out of 38 million. So,
oh yeah, I don't expect them to have a large population, generally speaking, relative to the state population.
No.
What about religious affiliation?
These are all data points
affiliation?
This is all data points we all got to take into consideration. What
about religious affiliation?
By the end of the week, I should probably have a really good determination on all sorts of things.
There you go.
Right on.
Go look up some of that stuff myself. Amount of what's their percentage as far as population and in the religious beliefs? How many Mormons are in California? What's their ratio?
728,000 is based upon the last census.
That's nothing. That's nothing.
Right.
No, not for the total population. No. That's what I was commenting on, is they were able to achieve without. Well, so I often view the church as impacting any church, not just the Mormon church.
Right, but they only have the financial influence of $15 billion, which is
how many Mormons are in Utah? How many Mormons are in Utah? 728,000.
That's a good question.
Yeah, I bet it's 728,000 or something.
Yeah. I don't know if it's by numbers of the appropriate funds.
Utah is a considerably smaller state than California.
Exactly. And so how many? Do you see it? Does it show?
It seems like the ones that would live in California would be extremely rich.
Okay, I'll say.
Well, that's what we see. We see the Howard Hughes Mafia,
Mormons,
the Frank Gaze, right? He was his Mormon handler guy. We see Elon Musk, Mormon handler guy, out of there too. That's what I'm getting. It's not a total population or the percentage of the population relative to the state of California, generally speaking. It's
no, but they need
founders,
people to go out and go. They need the Mormons to go out and go vote, don't they? They've got to. influence it somehow.
That's what I was saying about Utah, but that's not going to be appropriate in California. They're not going to impact the vote with only 790,000 people.
That's my role.
Yeah, yet they were able to achieve. Well, yeah, but yet they were due to the power structure and influence they have of the founding and the monetary influence, they were able to achieve passing a law there in a state full of gay people. And it was an anti-gay marriage law.
Right. But guess what? We also have a organization here in Utah that has less than 20 people that work for the organization that got a law passed. So the thing
what was that law?
Just what was the law? It was to decriminalize magic mushrooms for scientific purposes.
Right. Okay. And I can see where that would be
in a super conservative state. Which is
I can see conservative folks voting on that.
No.
Conservative folks finally smartening up, opening their minds.
I'm just saying there's been a big push through all the military services. The VA's approved all that already.
The point I'm bringing up is like being able to get a law passed isn't indicative of the overall influence that a particular institution has on a particular area.
Oh, well, maybe not a scientific magic mushroom, but banning gay marriage in a state full of gay people, I would say, is a little bit apples and oranges to that.
No. We're talking the principle of the matter of the fact that getting a law to pass is not indicative of the overall influence a particular institution has on a particular area. And also ever since Prop 8 and Prop 22, their influence has dramatically decreased, like massively decreased. So
that's probably up for debate, but I think passing, my whole point was not any law, passing a banning gay marriage law in a state where the pride is deep, if you so to speak.
I don't think it's that crazy. I really don't.
It's up for debate, I suppose, but it's not an objective fact, but I'm just saying it seems to indicate wielding a strong amount of power. And again, I articulated through the anti-liberty faction, through the Society of Cincinnati machinations, and again, this Bartlett character seems like a great Muppet in that mix.
Yeah, and all of these points have will determine the amount of influence, because the Society of Cincinnati connection, Bartlett. Like all of this stuff matters when you're determining, when you're actually determining the influence of some institution in a particular area.
Well, how do we on that note then? How do we quantify the Society of Cincinnati's impact on America?
Well, that would be more of a question for you.
Yeah, it can't be quantified. You can't quantify secret societies. That's why historians have such trouble with them quantifying their impact.
Let's give reparations to people that might be descendants of slavery.
Yeah.
So
the way I quantify it is through the representation of the membership. For example, a major anti-liberty faction creation here in America was the Pilgrim Society. You'll find a lot of these international influences operate through the Pilgrim Society.
So we base it upon the membership then.
And
how can we determine the membership of a secret society?
Well, that's the only way I think you can quantify it.
Yeah, but we can't determine the membership of a secret society. It's a secret society.
No, you can determine the members of the Society of Cincinnati. The only ones I generally discuss are the ones that I can, they admitted themselves, or I can look at their lineage, like Lee Harvey Oswald or Barry Seal or one of these characters, where there's John F.
They're not
Kennedy
hiding. They're not hiding Society of Cincinnati members. They're not hiding. They're not like Illuminati pretending they're not part of it.
What they hide is the fact that they have discussions about this, and that's been going on since the Civil War, because the Civil War began in April of 1861 in Charleston, South Carolina. However, in April of 1860, the South Carolina chapter of the Society of Cincinnati quit. Out of the same location, involving the same parties that would become generals and the president of the Confederacy.
So almost like Illuminati is something to take your mind off of Society of Cincinnati. Take your eye off Society of Cincinnati.
I think they're synonymous.
Yeah. Jacob.
Todd, to answer your question, there's 2,205,134 LDS members. That's the population of LDS church.
2 million in Utah.
2 million.
In the state of Utah.
2,205,134.
Probably because there's 4 million total, I'm guessing, by this point, residents in Utah right now.
4 million residents in Utah? No, population's higher than 4 million.
5 million, 6 million?
Probably closer to that.
Okay. Last time I checked,
yeah, it's probably closer to 5 or 6 million.
Yeah, they're moving in fast. The locusts are swarming from leftist states, flooding the Salt Lake Valley with their
in fact
progressive 5-minute cities, 15-minute cities.
I'll take a 3.5-minute city, sir. Book me up on that flight.
I know. You didn't got to go anywhere. Just go down.
Resort vacation.
Go down.
3.5 minutes of a resort vacation.
Walk out to the sidewalk. Your job is 2 minutes from your house, and then you just work and you go home and you go shopping. Everything. You never leave your 15-minute city.
Well, that was the plan over there in Saudi Arabia. They quit that son of a bitch already, though, didn't they?
Yeah, they have them though. They have them. They build them in circles, so it's hard to get out of them. Your Walmarts, your stores that you need, they're all just right there. As soon as you drive down the block, there it is. You don't need to go nowhere.
Well, I think it's funny that when I say history repeats itself, I think one thing we're looking at with these AI centers is looks like almost like the bubble crash of the .coms of 20 years ago, well, 25 years ago.
I remember that. People were going, "Oh my God, the computer's so cool! It's going to make there's so much money to be made here."
And then suddenly it was the opposite attitude the next day, right? Overnight.
Well, the stock market was just booming about all the things that could happen, and then all of a sudden it just got the bottom dropped out, and then your typical people made all the money.
That is the only hope that I have in this current activity, this era of this nonsense from the same group of Muppets. Because here's the deal: it looks like it's the same. I'm not a financial advisor, so I'm also not the vice president. But it does appear that we do have a very similar circumstance in respect that all of these Silicon Valley corporations have invested in themselves, not their own company, their competitors' company. Meaning that it's all one big shell game within these corporations, be it OpenAI, Anthropic's, NVIDIA's, Microsoft's. Yeah. They all own vast amounts of the other person's company, it seems.
You know,
that's probably all the government.
Any value being learned from all this
it
money
probably is all the
corporations. If there's any valuable thing being learned by these machinations, it's probably washing out in all the excess garbage that they're producing. There might be a small group collecting the information, getting something out of this. But these giant shell games that flush all the money out and steal the money and stuff, they're not producing a lot of anything that helps society, that's for sure.
It doesn't seem so, right?
And so you wonder if there is something they're producing, if they got free energy and their technology that heals people or something that can fly between dimensions. They're not doing a very good job of
trust the plan, sir.
The med beds, if they got those or not. Maybe that's what these actors are going through. If they've discovered time travel, it's not their.
Well, what they're doing is soft eugenics. They're using mind wars to make people not have families. That's what's
to not reproduce, to end themselves.
Yeah, and then they
definitely.
I mean, it's fucked
psychological programming.
Yeah.
If your goal is to reduce the population, you use soft methods. If you want to get
your goal is to make them fat
quietly.
and slow, dude. Give them a fucking device in their hand all day long.
We'll put yoga mats in the bread and have flashing lights everywhere so people lose track of time.
For sure, dude. Well, it's just I think we're reaching that point where the amount of information available to folks is no longer relevant.
Yeah,
they're not going to look at it.
You can sit there all day and study for years. This book, and then everybody's going to go. So what? We're moving into.
That was how the internet was sold, right? It was all under this pretense of you're going to have unlimited information at your hands.
Yeah.
Which it is.
And then they funnel it all into what they want it to be.
But it's going to turn into whatever they say.
We're kind of getting to that point, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's why I'm always digging in books and stuff. Because I don't trust the internet.
Most dangerous.
But, I mean, how many people do you think use their phones? They readily accessible, available, books, podcasts, and whatever you want to let any kind of media, right? How many people do you really use their phone for like anything useful? Total. I'm not talking about us gents here this evening, or the folks of the interweb. So thank you all for joining us here. But I think it's a very small percentage. It's definitely a minority percentage. I think
stock market people and photographers. Probably be
I just look at the number of stupid shit games that are downloaded. This is my metric in which I base this opinion, largely on what dumb fat people I see out in public. Oh wait, but also the stupid apps that are downloaded from these app stores, dude. It's it's the dumbest shit.
Yeah, you're paying for light. It's just like Terrence McKenna predicted. He said in the future.
There we go. I couldn't think of his name. Terrence McKenna. There we go. I was about to call him Marshall McLuhan, but I don't think that's who. I think it was Terrence McKenna. There we go. Thank you, sir. What did he predict? Before I interrupted you, what do you got?
He said that in the future that they would capitalize off from light, and that the apps are all made out of light. It's all these video games. It's all light. That people buy things that aren't made out of a material thing.
Terrence McKenna wrote the book Food of the Gods, where he said that his theory, mankind evolved.
That's what we see. That's what some of those apps do. There's so much nonsense. Oh, go ahead, sir.
Yeah. People are buying the apps.
They buy useless coins in the apps, dude.
Yeah,
those are billions of dollars on in-game app purchases, dude. Billions.
Plus, they're brainwashing people
Definitely.
with it too.
Well, yeah, if not for anything else, to somehow put them in a hypnotic trance to just be fatter and dumber, right?
Yeah, completely useless.
The light flickering technology and whatnot. I feel like
I'm not a scientist. You'll never find a book sitting on the internet playing some video game, watching some flashing lights. You'll never find a book that questions reality or the history that you've been told. If you're hooked to the internet, buying tokens.
For sure. Yeah. Thank you, ma'am. Yep. There's I think you can see just, I don't know, dude, if you fall asleep with your TV on or something in your bedroom, dude, I feel like I haven't done that. I haven't had a TV in years, but I definitely haven't watched it late at night in many, many years, but back to like the Andy Letterman era for sure. But my point is, like, you almost feel like you're waking up in like a zombie trance after falling asleep. Like that light's just flickering on in your room the entire time while you're sleeping, dude. That's impacting your sleep and your rest cycle for sure. You know what I mean? Like that, even when you're not like directly looking at that blue light effect and all that, that flicker light, dude, that's doing some shit.
It's a proven fact that a certain flicker rate causes certain people to go into a trance or whatever. They know this.
I'm talking about all those stupid in-game purchases. I used to have to buy all that shit for my son when he was much younger. When he was playing all those games as a kid. But I used to, I didn't limit it because I'm like, this is ridiculous, dude. And it's kind of the way that all of our culture's gone to too. Is you don't own nothing no dude. Not games, not movies, not music. It's all digital or borrowed. Even stuff in the car, dude. They're trying to make, dude. If you want functions in some of the new, like I saw it on Toyotas, you got to rent those functions of your car, dude. You got to pay a subscription for the.
There you go.
For function, not music or fucking,
So when you buy a new vehicle,
for general function, like some general, you want this extra function built into your car, you got to pay for it every month.
Pay for a service for the rest of your life when you buy a new vehicle that taps into the computer of your car.
There you go. Fucking BMW charging for heated and cooled seats. That's what I'm talking about, dude. If you're going to build that function in the car, dude, you should then have to fucking pay a fee to fucking borrow it.
You got to buy a subscription to navigate because your car's connected to a computer that won't let, if you try to go, you're going somewhere, it'll fucking correct your route.
For sure, dude.
You're not going to drive
someone needs to get some routes
anymore.
corrected on the route correctors, if you ask me.
I heard they're coming out with a new gasoline starting next year that's going to start burning out old cars. If you're not on the new gasoline
that wouldn't
system,
shock me, dude.
Your car's
I'm
going
convinced
to
they've
die
changed something
quick.
to the formula now because I get less gas mileage on my car.
That's right. Government's figured out a way to screw you out of your automobiles. They took a bunch of
you just water it down a little bit,
cars.
dude. You can really affect that, right?
Yeah, you can break your carburetor, wipe out all your valves and that. They started having a cash for cars system back in the 90s to help get rid of these cars and help other people. Well, no, the government was getting rid of the cars.
Well, that was the
because they don't
Obama
want you to drive
administration.
those old cars anymore. They want you to get into
that was the Obama administration
to save the earth. But they didn't tell you that it was going to cost 10 times as much energy to drive electrical vehicles. But that doesn't matter now because it's a computer in your car and we can see where you're going and driving. We know everything. We can drive you into a tree if we want. Isn't it great? If you get out of control, cops will
if you
stop
wrap
your car.
in tinfoil, sir, they can't find you.
Cops will make you hit your face on your steering wheel. Get out of control in your car.
Yeah. Looking back now, that whole cash for cars thing with Obama there, dude, that seemed pretty fucking demented. Like, that seemed like this was all very well planned. Cool, because we see the legislation, right? I'm saying as far as these problem reaction solutions that we always talk about.
Couldn't we use some cheap cars right about now when your average truck costs $100,000 if it's a new vehicle? Could you use an old vehicle?
Well, that's one that's one ass blast. The other ass blast is they are legislating all this new technology, right? The control cars. They're going to have cameras and sensors in there. You can't come in there and do shit, right?
Sure. Shut you right down. Smell a little alcohol in your breath. Smell a little marijuana. Smell a little unapproved drug.
Right. But that you had to start that by getting rid of all the old cars, right?
Station. Maybe
you would never be able to achieve that without getting rid of the old cars.
Yeah, they got to get rid of the old cars. Don't tell anybody we're getting rid of your old cars, man. You can have a classic vehicle, but it has to have a computer system put in there where you blow into before you get to turn the key.
Well, I just don't think you can achieve it, right? It doesn't seem achievable. Without getting rid of all the old cars, you can't then you would never get all this. No one would buy the new cars with the legislation they're proposing and passing right now, right? And implementing.
Think of the children. Saves lives.
You get rid of all the old cars, dude. You start charging everyone 3 arms and a leg, not just 1 arm and a leg, dude. And
I saw a video earlier.
Fucking ass blasted all of a sudden.
JJ Clint, OJJ, of a robot kicking a small child in the chest. Have you seen this video? It's going viral.
Yeah, dude. I'm really suspect of all robots. All those Boston Dynamics, I suspect, are fucking AI, dude. All them dancing robots together, dude. I'm like, come on. Especially if they're from China.
I just saw one today.
If ours are AI, the China's are AI, dude.
In the chest. Have you seen that video?
Yeah.
The dancing robot with a clown wig. Kicks his
you think that was
kid
real?
In the chest.
What do you?
I don't know.
Suspect that was real?
I don't know.
I feel like
the kid.
I feel like not on the top of the movements of the robot, I suspect are AI. I feel like if you're a robot kicking a small child in the stomach like that, like you're rupturing some shit, dude.
Have you seen that video?
Not just going to kind of keel over in pain.
Messed him up.
Yeah, a little bit, though. He stood up, though, at the end of the video, I think.
I'm just saying.
That's what I'm getting at. I'm not sure if you're standing up from a robot blasting you in the stomach, dude. I'm a little suspect about that.
The robot dances around. It's wearing a clown wig. Speaking of clowns, here comes the clown thing again. If you want to see the video, it's titled "Clown Robot Kicks Kid in the Chest."
If you want to watch some robot on kid violence, sir, I'll bring it up for you.
Yeah, let's see that video. It's very painful. Kid wasn't laughing after the robot kicked him.
No, but I don't know. I'm very suspect about all these robots.
Me too, but it went viral. It had 3 billion views last week or 2 weeks
Some
ago.
of those Boston Dynamics ones were not all dancing together. But that being said, I did see those Boston Dynamics dogs. Yeah. Oh, got him. I guess he got him in the solar plexus more than the stomach.
That's the one right there. Oh, it hurts this little kid.
I guess he did go down. I stand corrected, sir. He didn't stand back up. I thought he stood back up there. Well, that kid might not have an operating solar plexus after that. Wham!
You know that hurt.
You might be onto something, Todd. That looks a little bit more realistic than I initially thought it did. I like his Karate Kid. Wham!
Bam!
What is this?
Perfect.
Why are they also? What is this? You know. Speaking of clowns, we got clown robots.
Knock that kid out. You knocked that kid out. That's what I'm saying. It's reemergence.
All right. Maybe the kid is actually hurt. I thought he stood up after that. Maybe you're right. Maybe
he's hurting. You get a metal foot to the solar plexus of the young child, you might not grow after that.
Oh, I'm just like, I guess my other question is like, what is it, an attack mode? Why is it all of a sudden doing these karate fucking chops, dude, and shit? And
I know it's happy, and then all of a sudden,
fuck that little kid.
Kid up.
Well, there was another robot that was spinning its hands and hit somebody.
I'm sorry, but I don't want it to kick me in the chest either. I mean, please.
What event's going on right now? Is it FIFA Dallas? They did a contract. They did a contract to hire security robot dogs. I think it was FIFA at Dallas.
Is it?
I'm scared.
Oh, dude, it's those stupid little Boston Robotics ones. Security. It's the Robopocalypse. I can't spell. That helps. Hey, Hey, it's the security robot, dude. I really can't spell here, dude.
It's got a clown wig on. It's got a clown wig on.
The Boston Dynamics. Thanks to Hyundai. Oh, well, thank you a lot, Korean Hyundai fuckers. I don't know. I mean, from a security perspective, as a former security expert in the United States Air Force, military, police, and security, I would question.
Do you think you could take that little clown robot on?
That clown robot? No, I'm not fighting that robot, sir. Those days are long behind me fighting any kind of robots.
Just checking.
But these little dog robots, though, dude, like, you can't replace humans with machinery for security. You can have detection, you can have sensors, you can have early alarm detection, but they can't respond to
what about when they come out and kicks you in the nuts?
Situation. Well, that's what I'm saying. What are these dogs going to do, dude? Other than be another like a camera on it, maybe, but like you're not imposing. Like the idea is to stop whatever's caused the security situation. The idea is to stop whatever's caused this. Those things, unless they're like blowing, unless they're going to start bombing, like going fucking, suicide bombing robot dogs, dude. I don't know what's going on with these things, but I don't like it.
If you want security, just put a machine gun at knee level. Take everybody out. You don't need a clown robot with an orange wig coming out and kicking you in the nuts.
Maybe that's why the clown robot got so angry, dude. They were upset that they weren't a real boy. He's like, I'm gonna kick this boy right in the solar plexus.
That's some Pinocchio.
I got him in the gut, dude.
He's Fridaze. Work his way up. Start with a small boy, work his way up to John Cena, who's in Phoenix this weekend.
I see a similar trend going with everyone's all about technology, and then the technology blows out like the .com did with the early interwebs. I see a lot of the same. I'm not saying AI is going away. I'm just saying like I don't see a lot of money pouring into it like in another 12 to 18 months.
Well, have you seen these images of a robot pouring a drink? People are making fun of the fact that it takes 5 minutes for him to pour the drink. So they're putting these robots out there.
They do sorting packages, right? Robot versus human, and the human one.
Oh, every time. So you wonder what's real here. Did we go to the moon or didn't we? Are robots faster than humans, or are humans faster than robots?
I don't know, dude, but I don't want to deal with no robo-apocalypse. That's all I'm saying.
I don't want no mini robots and clown wigs kicking me in the nuts. I know that's for sure.
You just stole the words of my mouth, sir. The last thing I want to do is die by robot fucking kick to the solar plexus, dude.
With a clown wig on.
Yeah, it is real. I'm just saying, like, that's not.
That's like a nightmare.
He's like, yeah, wham.
No matter where you put your arm up to protect yourself, it's going to get you.
I'm just confused when I'm looking at. Like, I don't understand the context of the crowd or why this kid's so close to this robot or why.
Why everybody's so happy that he gets knocked out by it either. Yay! I don't think people understood what they saw right there.
Oh shit! Well, I think it's the Robo-apocalypse is good. Gents, thank you, gents, for your time. Other JJ, I thank you for your time as well, sir. Thank you all for joining me to get a little GCD here tonight on some Fridays. Let's go around the pass it around here for any closing thoughts, statements, or baking recipes. Todd the Wizard, why don't you kick us off?
The other Jacob J, it's great to be on the show with you, sir. I appreciate your brain. And I like having a connection up there in Salt Lake, up there in Logan, Ogden, wherever the hell you are. Utah, I'm down in Phoenix. So we'll link up, investigate some weird shit. Always good to see you. JJ, get the best show going. Clint Eastwood, we're going to jump over on your show after this. JJ,
oh, thank you. You all right over there? I might join you later. I got to get a burger in me, dude. A couple burger elements in me.
The other JJ, if you ever want to get on Clint's show, that's just an open forum, just whatever the hell you want to talk about.
Yeah, we're usually hanging out. We got the late show.
Break out any topic, any forum. I love Fridays. JJ, your show Fridays.
Too, if he wants, hit me up on Twitter.
Thank you, sir.
Well, yeah.
Funnest show going on Fridays.
JJ, send me Clint's contact info or Clint. You can find me. It's just at Rise to Liberty.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
I'll connect you guys on Twixters.
Word.
Do that. Love your show. Love you guys. Man. Thank you again, JJ. Anytime I'm allowed on you.
Well, how about this Wednesday, sir? Looking forward to both of you and Clint joining me for an occult and or esoteric film review of a midnight. What was it again? Give me a name.
That's going to be weird. A Midnight in Paris.
Midnight in Paris. Weird. There we go. Midnight. I knew it was there somewhere, sir.
I haven't seen this, so this is going to be interesting. I haven't seen it yet.
It's an interesting film made by one of Jeffrey Epstein's close friends, Woody Allen.
Oh, there you go. Can't wait to, Woody Allen. Everybody go check out 12 Monkeys. That movie review was pretty fun. Pretty good.
Dude, I actually enjoyed watching that again. I had not watched that in I don't know how long, man. But it's a good film. I enjoyed the film. It was not my favorite Brad Pitt or Bruce Willis film, but I like the
and not a good film overall. To it, I suppose. Not a good film overall, but it had a lot of time travel elements.
Yeah.
How many films can pull off time travel, time loop stories?
Well, unless you're in a DeLorean, sir, going 88 miles an hour, not too many can.
I think I'd take that one over. Again, it's hard to say.
Midnight in Paris. Okay.
Midnight in Paris,
link, sir. It's one of Woody Allen's. It's the only Woody Allen film I appreciate.
But knowing that the other JJ's your co-host on Fridays makes me feel good because he's got a solid conspiracy investigative mind background. Right on, JJ. I'm following your show too. I'm following your show, Jacob.
Hell yeah!
I'm following you, brother. I'm following you.
I got my eyes on you, Todd. I'm watching you.
Take it easy.
And then, you take it easy yourself, sir. Maybe we'll see you over on Clint's show.
Clint, do you have any closing thoughts, statements, or baking recipes for us?
Hit me up on Twitter and YouTube. And
how do you make that marijuana? How do you make those marijuana cookies? Brownies?
What?
The marijuana brownies.
What are you holding out, Todd?
I don't eat weed. Okay.
No, I'm talking about Clint. You said recipes.
All right, peace out.
Did you say pizza? What did you say?
Peace out.
I want the pizza. I want the pizza, dude. Other JJ, thank you, sir. I appreciate your time as well and commentaries this evening. You're on Fridays.
Yes, sir.
Give me a name. No, I'm just kidding. What, did you have any closing thoughts, statements, or baking recipes?
No baking recipes, unfortunately. I'm working on something, but yeah, I'm just sitting here reading an old story about Gloria Steinem in Miss Magazine, and what a fucking CIA bitch.
CIA asset she was.
Yeah, yeah,
crazy. Yes, right now.
In the article's called "Inside the CIA with Gloria Steinem" by Overthrow Magazine. So kind of interesting.
Who was the author of that article? Was it trying to think who I read on that subject?
Nancy Borman.
Oh no, that wasn't it at all. It was definitely a guy.
Yeah,
I mean that's
an interesting topic.
That's a great. I think that's a great case study though in how the operations work, right? Controlling the opposition, right?
Right.
Controlling the narrative.
Pretend that you're for women and you're for helping women get more powerful and find their powers.
Right. And this article is from 1979. So
a little later on.
She was outed that early.
Yeah, she was outed that early.
But she was going back in the early 70s. They'd recruited her during the.
Well, Miss Magazine was I think more like 67, I think, or 68. Is that part of the end of the counterculture?
I think that's the.
But by that period, she was in there.
Well, she made commentary about it. I wasn't saying around 2010 though. She's like, "Oh yeah, I work for the CIA. Isn't that cool? Should we discuss that now?"
Till later on, yeah.
Right.
So she did finally admit it. I didn't know when she got outed. I know when she definitely admitted it and then tried to act like we should talk about that. Isn't that cool that I work for the CIA?
Yeah, how cool, huh? Yeah.
Kind of like when the CIA went to
sidestepping the conversation of the social engineering she was obviously part of. Right.
Well, kind of like when the CIA went to Moby and said, "Trump's a Russian agent. Have you heard? And we need to enlist you as a famous star.
Right.
And you need to tell everybody that Trump's a Russian agent and fight against Trump becoming president."
Moby, that talentless vegan asshole, Moby. That's the same Moby.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
Moby comes out and says, they said this to me. I don't know what the fuck's going on, which I kind of believe almost. You know?
Yeah, no, I
actually
that.
You know, the guy that put Bob Evans in his video for no reason?
Yeah.
Clip for no reason.
That's right, dude. Bob Evans is holy shit, dude. Bob Evans, the king of coke, dude. Not the breakfast king of Ohio there.
I would not even look for him. JJ hadn't showed me his picture.
Well, I got some closing statements, some Bob Evans related closing statements that popped up on my YouTube feed the other day. I'm glad you brought that up.
Please.
And it's one. I'm still not sure it's real life, dude. I'm not convinced it's real life. Give me 1 second here. I'll find it. It's Robert Evans related and Iran Contra related, strangely enough.
Oh, damn.
Well, which is funny because we see him popping up in the Epstein files with the Epstein Iran Contra intersections. I find, and then Bob's intersections with the Medellin cartel. I find it all very fascinating.
Right.
Son of a bitch, where did that go, dude?
Well, hey, I gotta take off. I also gotta go get something in my belly. So
that's my next stop, sir. Well,
fantastic show, Jacob. Thank you, sir.
You as well.
Nice to join you.
Both of you very soon. So
hell yeah.
Absolutely, sir.
All right, sir. Look forward to it.
Well, this is my closing statements here, sir.
It carries all the gravitas.
This dude from Hangover, was it Ed Helms? I guess the podcast, and apparently is talking Robert Evans and the Iran Contra arms dealing scandal, part 1, dude. I'm like, what, dude? Why is this dude in the office in the Hangover talking about Cocaine Bob and Iran? I haven't even listened to it yet, but I mean, this fucking strange.
Wow. Okay. Sounds
that
very
popped up in my
interesting.
fucking, my feed the other day. I'm like, well, I gotta save this one. That's too much.
Can't wait to hear that. Thank you for the invite always, JJ. And then it came down to 2, the last 2, Die Hard.
What we doing, dude? We're doing a Bob Evans duel off. We're doing a Bob Evans duel off.
Bob Evans duel off. We should do a Bob Evans duel off. Find out who can find the wildest information about Bob Evans. I'm a researcher from way back.
Oh, that's not a bad idea, dude. That's not a bad idea. I would bore you with his shit, the shit shoot he built in his.
I would sit there and listen to every.
I've told that to
no, I don't want to hear. I don't want to hear none of that. No more. I'm done with
that. I appreciate your
good.
time as well, Ty. I appreciate you folks to the interwebs, and on your way out, watch out for lasers.
There's thousands of Americans out there. By the way, I've been shot with a laser beam twice.
Have some humanity, folks. Ted Gunderson, former FBI chief, special agent, he got shot by some lasers.
Well, that's it. That's the show here, folks. So the next time you're out on the town, visiting your local watering holes, or perhaps just meandering around, and you hear the unmistakable sounds of metal clanking, and you spot signs of a disturbance, but check your six. Look in that garbage can, 'cause you never can tell. The GCDs may be loose in your town.